Alright. So yeah, I'm back here. And also, welcome back for the archive. So, I went back to the quicksand cave here because I needed more EXP. I lost a lot yesterday after the stream. So, we've been talking about it before we started the game up. But let's talk about it real now. I did Zalart Mission 4. Yay! 5 more Mog slots. So, my EXP, it's a little less than it was yesterday. It was a whole lot less than that before I did some grinding here in the caves. I died a bunch. So, and VGFX, oh. Yeah, the happy Friday indeed. Hopefully, I'm taking things nice and slow today. Alright, today's a nice and slow day for the stream. But, okay, so let me say how Zalart Mission 4 went down. So I joined into a party, which, it was that guy, Sultan, who, it's like someone informed me that he was trying to put a party together. And to be fair, we did get it done. However, it was a bit of a mess from start to finish. We went in with 5 people instead of 6, because we couldn't get any more than that. There was a high level, like a 75 thief, kind of helping us out. They were great, very patient. But I think maybe they were assuming that we knew what we were doing a little more than we did. So first off, things were a little... The first snag, things went smooth to get to the door, you know, the door with the 4 torches that leads into the arena. So things were smooth getting to the door. But then we get to the door, and the friendly thief that's helping us is like, okay, we need lanterns to open the door. I only then realized that you remember I farmed a lantern, right? And I put it in my Mog safe. I completely forgot it. And I can't even loot another one. So, so yeah, that was my first problem. That was on my end. But the thing is, literally nobody thought to get a lantern. No one even thought about it. So we were there at the door, which the door is surrounded by high-level, like, dangerous to a 75 even enemies. And we're just all, like, stealthed at the door, and we can't proceed. And so then it's like, okay, well, we're gonna have to farm for some lanterns. Alright, we do that. We get like 2 lanterns, or no, we get 1 lantern, and then the thief goes off to like light it up and bring it back, and apparently there are multiple flames that you can go to, and if you get the wrong one, it just junks the lantern, and you can't use it anymore, apparently. So they got the wrong one, so we have to farm more lanterns. The thing is, while they were off doing that, and we were all just kind of stealthed at the door, it's not safe. It's really not safe there. Or there's a very specific way you have to stand in order to be safe, and we all didn't know what we were doing. So we died. Like, things aggroed us. The Tonberry mages just casted some crazy AoEs, and we just dropped. So we all died at the gate. And so then it became a bit of a thing to get us raised. A lot of waiting to get us raised. Well, guess what? It's still not safe, so, like, we start getting raised, and we just die again. We just literally die again. So, quite a few hits to the EXP, right? And, unfortunately, we kind of get caught in a cycle of trying to get up and failing, and just, it was just a mess, and it took a while, but eventually we sort of timed things out so that we could raise and stealth and recover and all that. And then we had to farm some more lanterns. And, well, we don't all die, but the friendly thief that was helping us, they die, because the enemies are a little tough. And, so we eventually, though, we get these lanterns. We get 2 lanterns, so we have to make multiple trips to go to the you know, to get the flame and then come back and light the lanterns, and It took a long time. To get all this done, it took quite a while. But once we got the door open, then it was okay. The fight went fine, and only the paladin died, but otherwise it went fine. Yeah, I know, man. Those tonberries, like it's the mages specifically. Like the mages, they just drop a nuke on the party. It's it's intense. So, well, I mean, you know, we got it done. But I'm a little missioned out for the moment. I got to admit that was one of those things where I don't want to do any more missions just yet. I'm good for missions right now. So today I'm gonna take it slow, just levels, fishing, whatever, just some grind, right? Maybe put my party flag up, right? Put that party flag up. Specify that I don't have sky. Yeah, no sky. Very sad face. But otherwise, I just want a nice slow day today. Yeah, I know, but that's kind of how it goes in Final Fantasy XI. Like you get it done, but at what cost? But that's the game. The one thing, I didn't have any sheep pets for that one, for the fight, and apparently, well, they really wanted me to use the sheep, so I did, but they gave me some sheep jugs, so alright, I'll make use of them since I got them, right? Though I'm just soloing right now, so I'm gonna stick to my cheap little rabbits. But I think I just want a little EXP, right? I just want some XP. I took quite a hit. Alright? Quite a hit. Alright, let me pop that ring. Oh yeah, and I mean, look, while I'm here, maybe check the coffers. Get a full stack of dark crystals. I mean, you know, I am here for the loot, too. But I feel like every time that I do, I don't know, every time that I do any missions, any big missions, boss fights, etc. in this game, I have a lot of fun for the most part. Like, I find it fun, or I wouldn't do it. But it's always a lot of stress. Like, any major encounter or long quest in this game, it's always it ranges from a little to a lot stressful, right? But I don't know, I kind of like that. I kind of like it. I feel like I've been thoroughly tested when I do the big stuff in this game. You know, I feel like I overcame a real challenge because I did. Oh wow, he got freeze off. That's it's so rare they actually managed to pull off those big spells. I guess we didn't hit it hard enough. But today I just want to take it slow. Alright, let's take it slow and hang out. Though, okay, so I'm on Zalart Mission 5. My understanding is that for this step of the missions, I need to find some fragments. I already have one. You get one just for completing Zalart Mission 4. Should be in my key items. Dark Fragment, yeah. So yeah, the crystal fragment given to me by Graviton glows with the power of darkness. There are 8 fragments in total, so yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I gotta get the 8 fragments. Some of them, I think some of them you don't even have to fight to get them, but you do have to do some fighting for some of them. I think at level 67 I can solo that part, but I'm not sure. Oh, Man, well, I want to get my COP stuff done too, which, let me think, what step am I on with that? 3, okay, I actually keep the steps. Like all the missions that I'm currently on, I just keep those bookmarked in my browser and keep them ready. So like I'm on Promathia 3.3 right now, which I think that's like I think I can kind of solo up to a certain point, but I do want to get the Promathia missions done. I find the story of COP to be the most interesting so far, like legit most interesting story. However, I don't really think there's any big unlocks that I'm working towards with the Promathia missions. So that can sort of wait. With Zalart, like the reason I really want to get my Zalart missions done is because that opens up Sky, right? And everyone, literally everyone, just wants to do Sky. It's the only thing they want to invite me to a group for. So it's really it's really hurting my ability to get into parties not having access to it. Unfortunately, there's so many Zalart missions. You have to complete number 13 to get Sky, and I'm only on 5. Yeah, honestly, I'd say like the major bottleneck to the Promathia stuff, I'm gonna be honest, the hardest fights, like the absolute hardest fights, were the Prometheans, the first 3 Prometheans. And even then, specifically the, Promethean Mia. Mia was that was the bottleneck for quite a while. I tried and failed that a few times. But after that fight, like, so far, the other boss fights I've done, they haven't been that, they haven't really been all that challenging, honestly. It really feels like they front-loaded the difficulty with Promethean Mia. Like, I don't know, it's specifically Mia. Like, when I did Hala and Dem, it was an easy ride. Like, first time completion, it really wasn't that bad. But with Mia, like, you need all of those really expensive items, like all of them. You have to coordinate really well. Like, it requires kind of next level teamwork in order to have a chance to complete it. And to me, that feels like, you know, maybe that level of challenge should be reserved for later on. You know? That, like, because I do think that might be one of the things keeping a lot of people from just going anywhere. Oh hey, party, in Babiki Bay, sure. I've done a Babiki Bay party before, it was fun. I mean, yeah, like, my party didn't need, they didn't need, like, voice, communication, but basically what we did was we had, like, one person, we kind of coordinated what order we're gonna fire our stuff off in, and then we had one guy just, like, you know, sort of wrangling everyone and kind of preemptively telling you exactly when to go, and it worked out. That worked out. Let's see, where am I in here? Alright, let me make my way back to, I guess make my way back to Juneau or Sandoria or somewhere, or, I don't know, I don't want to keep them waiting. Like, some of them are already out there, so I guess I'll maybe just teleport back. Guess I'll teleport back. I'm a little upset I didn't get a full stack of dark crystals, and I'm only one mithril coin away. I am one singular mithril coin away. Oh yeah, oh god, more Prometheans. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to more of them, but I'd say the hard thing is just the coordination. Like, more than anything, it's you have to make sure everybody has the correct items. I mean, there's standard party strategies, but then you also have to make sure everybody has the correct items and that they're actually using them in the correct way, and it's just a whole thing, right? Alright, gonna use my warp cudgel. I only got one more charge on my cudgel, so I'm gonna have to buy a new one very soon. Yeah, I do have... Oh, right, yeah, I do have that, actually. I mean, I think I have everything I need for a group, right? Because the thing is, I might have to check my mog house, but I've got 6... I have 6 rabbits, 6 sheep, 2 tigers, I mean, all my gear is in my wardrobe, so actually, yeah, I guess I have everything, right? Yeah, I even have my meat myth kebabs on me, so I've got stealth items. Yeah, I kind of have everything I need on me, so, yeah, I guess I could do that. Yeah, I could use the custom top. I mean, it'll take me out to Pergo Norgo, right? Then I have to ride the ferry. Like, I have to ride the ferry, right? How long is the ferry? Like, I'm thinking if, like, taking the ferry back to, you know, if that would be longer than... like warping to Juno and then outposting to Baburamu and then, you know, quickly fleeing to Babiki. I feel like riding the ferry might take me a bit. I don't know. How long is the ferry to go from like, if it's one of those, like, 15-minute ferries, then, it would definitely be more worth it to just, I don't know. The thing is, I need a new warp cudgel soon anyway. I only got 2 charges, so, like, I'm gonna want to buy a new one anyway, right? And I do think that when you factor in the ferry ride time, like, so I would say that teleporting out to the island and then riding the ferry back would be a good idea if the party wasn't ready to go, right? Like, they're ready to go. If they weren't ready to go, then I think probably that would be the kind of cheapest way to do it, but it's probably not the most time-efficient way to do it. Alright, let me get my demon slicer back on. Alright, and yeah, I got stealth items, so I guess I'm good to go. But before I good to go, let's go ahead and sell these Antikin pauldrons. Ooh, look at that! Look, hold up, you see that? Yeah, my 2 stacks sold for 22,000 gil each, and the value seems to be going down. You know, that's not great, but the thing is, these pauldrons are a common drop. They're a common drop. When I'm down there in the quicksand caves, I can come away with multiple stacks, easy. So, 20k, hell, if it was only 10k, I'd take that. Like, they're not a rare item. Okay, and the rest I'll just hold on to and, you know, build up more stacks, right? But, oh, time to get some XPs. I kind of need it. Like, so the thing is, I'm a little bit more relaxed about getting murdered in a party than I used to be. I used to really dread losing XP, but you know, to a point, I can take some deaths and it's all right. It's fine. It's whatever, right? I don't need. My signets, it's good for over 5 hours. I don't even have that much time to do this, so we'll be fine. Alright, 2 cool shoo-shoo. But yeah, I died. I lost so much XP yesterday, and yeah, I did, you know, I used my EXP bands and I got most of it back, but still, it didn't feel good. It felt real bad. Alright. So, getting over to Bibiki. What, the other 67? What are they going on about? I don't know, I missed some things. I missed some things. Can sort it in a minute. But yeah, I don't know. It's still I dread seeing the green level down pop over my head, right? I dread seeing it. It never feels good. It always kind of puts a bit of a downer on your mood. So I just want to get some EXP, level up even. Because oh yeah, I want to get my Beastmaster testimonial. I want to get level 70, fight Matt. I want to really make that push to 75, right? Like really push it in. Yeah, nice relaxing music here. I enjoy. So we're going to Bibiki. I assume we're going to be fighting like the tough Dalmals there. I never knew that there were like such high level enemies there. I never knew. So the only time that I ever actually partied up in Bibiki Bay, the only time I partied up there was not even on this server, but on Eden. And people liked, I think it was kind of a mid-20s-ish camp. Like right at the zone in from here. I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. Like the thing is, Bibiki Bay is a place that I've never really spent much time in, like on any server ever. So I don't know if they're new to Horizon, or like I don't know what's supposed to be on the sort of west end of the zone. But they're like they go all the way up to level 75, so it's a it's an end, well, not end game, but it's a late game camp. Though the last time I went here, so the last party I had was actually here as well, and I died real hard, and I died because I didn't realize that the enemies go from like, oh, nice cute little level 30 enemies, and they very rapidly go from that, and then you sort of go through a little pass, and then immediately the enemies are all like level 75. So like I didn't notice that, and I get attacked by a goblin, and my health is like, the goblin's hitting me for like 300 damage a hit, and I barely even know what's happening before I'm face down, ass up, right? And yeah, so that was a little embarrassing, a little bit embarrassing. Also, the event music, I find it kind of funny how the event music is happening here, but the event isn't happening here. I guess technically, well, no, wait, Pergo Norgo Island, it's a separate zone. Like, it's a separate zone, right? So why is the event music here too? I don't quite understand that. But yeah, so like I've partied here in this little area, but from right here onwards, like everything over here, that is all crazy high level shit. And I don't know if that's Horizon or if it's always been like that. I don't know. Yeah, I do kind of feel like the goblins, like I don't know, they feel like they hit, I mean, I know they're high level, but but relatively they feel like they hit way harder than other goblins I've encountered. Yeah, so see, the enemies were nice and cute and low level, but the moment you make this turn... Yeah, look at that, level 74 Hobgoblin Martialist. Like, it is so fast, right? It changes so goddamn quick. So let me rest my health up, and where are they at? Okay, so they're same camp. It's literally the same exact camp that I went to last time. So I guess this is where all of us poor motherfuckers that don't have Sky, I guess this is where we go, right? I'm still just kind of... I should be safe over here. I just want to get my health up, just for safety reasons, right? But, I don't know. I kind of hate it how, like, the good camps and all that, I hate how it's locked behind doing almost all of the Zalart missions. Like, 13 is pretty far along. It's not all the Zalart missions, but it's pretty far along there. Yeah, I mean, I've tried the sheep some more, and it's pretty good. But I would say maybe it's just that it's more consistently good. I've played around with lots of different pets, and for me at least, the tiger deals more damage. Like when he deals more damage, he deals significantly more. But the tiger is kind of, it's not as consistent, right? Like sometimes he'll do like way more, sometimes he'll do significantly less. It's a lot of variable. The sheep seems to just have a very good baseline. Like it's not incredible, but it's not like it's consistently good, right? So I can see why people like it. All right. Gonna equip my... Since I think I'm maybe the Sync or one of the others, but probably they don't want me using... I hate it when, like, a party doesn't want you to use your XP ring. It's like, man, I want a level 2. But, okay, do that, and then use my stealth items. I'm not sure if I actually need to be sneaked, but for safety precautions, I'm gonna sneak. Yeah, I'd say, Jimmy, like, that's a good way to put it. Like, the sheep is fairly tanky, but I mean, all of the pets have a shitload of health. They all have way more health than any player will ever have. But yeah, the sheep, it also has a kind of just consistent amount of damage output. Other pets can certainly do more damage. Like, honestly, I think the tiger generally deals more damage, but it's more variable, right? Like, he might get unlucky hits, and then he does less. It's more of a dice roll with other pets, right? Like, they're not bad. I don't think the other pets are bad. It's just, like, they're not as consistent. Though for tankiness, honestly, I kind of like... Well, I mean, the crab, right? Like, the crab, if you specifically need a tank, right? The crab is really good because it can do that scissor guard, and that, like, the boost in defense that it gives itself, it makes enemies' damage go way down. Like, it will make your pet significantly more tanky. So, the crab, that works really good if you just need tanking. And honestly, the rabbit, too. The rabbit is not bad because it can heal itself, right? Like, with Wild Carrot, the rabbit can keep himself alive for significantly longer than he would otherwise. The sheep has, like, the sheep doesn't have any form of defense buff. It has no self heals. It's just kind of generically beefy. Yeah, I'd say that like the other pets kind of just have a bit like, you know, they have a more specific function, but the sheep, I feel like the reason people love the sheep is because it's just sort of it's kind of just a good all-arounder, right? It's an all-rounder, and in that way, it's fine. But I generally like to use the other pets more. I find them just I don't know, I like them more too. But it's all about having options. And one day I would love to just maybe buy a single, right? Like buy a single of one of the crazy, stupid, expensive pets just to see how it plays, right? Because I still feel like there's gotta be something to it. But also on like being the sink real quick, like I kind of hate it when parties are just like, you know, they're kind of cycling through level syncs, and I don't know, I guess what I prefer is if the party is all mostly around the same level or are tolerant of, you know, less EXP, and every, you know, like you agree to kind of stop at a certain point together, or you move on to a new camp together. But I kind of hate the idea of inviting someone just to kind of, you know, piggyback the group on them, and then when they level up, you just see ya. Right? I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a huge fan. It feels bad. But yeah, I really want to try the antlion. Like, that just sounds fun, but I don't know. I think variety, right? The variety of pets and all that good stuff, that's what makes it all fun to me. Like, I don't want to just be a sheep herder, right? I'm not just a sheep herder. I'm a Pokemon master. Alright, so pop my meat myth kebab. I really should instead get some kind of food that boosts my accuracy. Some kind of food that boosts accuracy would probably be best. And you know what, just since people like that sheep, they find it comforting, I'll go ahead and use that. Also, is this fight music different? I never really noticed, but did the fight music change here? I like it. Look at that, leading up with a triple attack. Like, what determines what fight music gets used? How much damage is my sheep doing? 159. Honestly, from the last time I was here, I didn't use sheep, and like, I don't really see too much damage. Like, I don't see a huge damage difference, but it's fine. Oh, also, I just noticed something. So this isn't a Beastmaster party then, huh? Right? Like, that guy's using axes, but I don't see a pet, so... Huh. Oh god, so this is what I hate about the Dalmas, right? What I absolutely hate about them is that when you target them, your camera just goes to the moon. Ooh, nice! Got a weapon, got a chain going there. Transfixion. I don't think they discussed anything, right? Like, they didn't discuss anything when it comes to chains, right? But I just... Oh, okay. He found something. But oh, I kind of like this. This is one of those rare times where I get invited to a party, and it's not a Beastmaster party. Like, I can't remember the last time I got invited to a legit party that, you know, where I'm just another party member, right? It's been a while. It's a good feeling, though. I like to see Beastmaster getting play outside of Beastmaster-only parties. It feels good. Man, it's still fun that, like, the happy festival music is going on. I like it. So, let's see, I actually didn't pay attention. What's our party set? So, okay, we got a Thief Ninja, Warrior Ninja. I'm seeing a trend here. Okay, I'm the Thief sub. Paladin Warrior, Warrior Ninja, White Mage, Black Mage. Man, look, I get it. I do have Ninja leveled up, but like, I hate how Ninja is just the go-to subjob, right? I really hate how it's the go-to. My sneak attack off. So I don't know if this will chain or not, but no. I'm not sure what weapon skill went off before I got my last chain in. I'm not sure what the order was. No bard. So, you know, okay, this is something I've noticed. I have been in a few normal parties, you know, like when I'm leveling my sub jobs and all that. I honestly have not encountered that many bards in parties. Like, very, very few parties that I've been in have had a bard, and they work just fine. But, what I remember back in the day, right, I remember that if a party didn't have a bard, it wouldn't happen. Like, no bard, no party. So is it, like, I don't know, is something changed here where you don't absolutely need a bard all the time, or is it just sort of a difference of playstyle? Because what I remember back in the day is that if you didn't have a bard to boost everyone's accuracy and all that, the party would just never hit anything. Like, they just wouldn't hit anything, ever. So I don't know if that's a change, or if it's just people play better now. I'm not sure. No bard, no merit party. Well, I've never done a merit party, but like just for normal parties, it used to always feel kind of mandatory. And mandatory because, like, yeah, nobody would hit anything. It would just be missing all the time. But I kind of feel like maybe that's a playstyle issue. Yeah, like, see me, I'm using those meat myth kebabs, which boost damage, and I like that, but really, I do miss a lot, so I should probably get accuracy food instead for the future. But I don't miss that badly, but that's because I use dexterity rings and all that, and I use thief as a sub, which dexterity, right? So I have okay accuracy with all that. But I do think that, I'll let triple hit, there was a critical in there. Did that? I don't think that'll chain, right? Yeah, no chain. But I think maybe it's just that people play better now. Like, back in the day, back in the early 2000s, nobody used food. Like, no one used any kind of food, or they used food that wasn't really helpful. wasted a lamb chop. I kind of realized I wasn't lamb chopping like I should. Gotta get on that. And oh yeah, I like the gameplay of Bard for the most part. I think Bard can get a little bit too busy, you know? Like, I don't mind having to run between, you know, parts of the group, giving people the right buffs and doing the right debuffs on the enemy. I don't mind all that. That's fun to me. And, like, if I go / white mage, then, you know, getting a little extra support in there, I like that. That's all fun. But I'm not really a fan of pulling as a bard. Like, to me, that feels a little too... It feels like too much energy from one person in the party. Like, most of the party gets to just sort of stand here and hit things half AFK. Like, that's most people in the room. So to have one person kind of, you know, putting in so much energy, it feels very lopsided. It feels like it kind of burns you out if you do it for too long, right? That's my only issue with Bard. Like, you can kind of burn yourself out really quick because of the gameplay. But overall, I like the theme of Bard. I like the look of it. I enjoy the concept. But the gameplay is something that kind of tires me out. I think I enjoy Bard, or I probably would, right? I would probably enjoy Bard more for doing like BCNMs or whatever. So it's like, you know, you're not running around tiring yourself out for hours, but you're playing really intensely for a few minutes, right? I think that's probably the way I would enjoy Bard the most. God, I can't see anything. This Dommel is too tall. It's too goddamn tall. So I'm unlocking my camera just so that I'm not staring up into the sky. Also, hold up, let me see. Can I open this link? Can I open this burn link? Let's see. They don't always want to... I like the comment there, like, I've seen people describing witnessing a murder with less fear in their eyes. I like that. Yeah, burn, yeah. You're on the weird part of the internet again. Yeah, it's dangerous in there. God, I hate what the camera does, man. I guess it's a pick your poison, so I can't see where I am or what I'm doing, but I can really see this. I can really see this giraffe real good. I can kind of get an okay view, kind of. I can steal. I was just wondering if it's even an option to steal from these things. Probably not, right? Probably not. Also, it always amuses me whenever I see like physical Tarus. Like, look at that littlest axe man over there, right? He's adorable. And then the stabby thief ninja over here. Like, everything about how they animate is just adorable. Let's bring the camera back down so I can see where I am. I have enough TP to do a weapon skill, but okay. Does it chain with that? I don't think so. Did that make a chain? I'm not sure. Let's try Dark Harvest, actually. Oh, that did something! I think, yeah, so, okay, so Dark Harvest chains with that. Does compression. Or, it's kind of funny, like, it says the skill chain attribute is reverberation. I have no idea how these chains work. I got no clue. Sneak attack again. Yeah, how's the EXP going? I noticed some big numbers. Nice, already over 9,000, so yeah, pretty quick. Pretty quick. Triple attack, I love how it looks when you triple attack. Like, no matter what weapon you're holding, you just sort of, you go into like fast motion. Oh no, an MP rest! No one likes those. I like it when the fight takes so long that it oh no EXP gain. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's no good. That's no good. No XP and we lost our paladin down. Oof. Big oof. See, now I'm kinda... I guess I didn't pay attention to what the party composition is. I kind of wish I'd gone in with / white mage, right? Like, as a / white mage, I could have provided just that little bit of extra backup support healing, right? It wouldn't affect my overall damage too much because most of the damage is from the pet. But it kind of seems like they maybe need a little extra support. I did not think to look at the party composition. Oh well. I guess it happens. But see, this is why I'm a little... I want to try tanking in this game, but see, it's things like this that make me very nervous to try tanking, because if anyone is going to die, it's gonna be the tank, right? And I can just feel all of the lost EXP already. I can feel it. I guess we got a minute then. We have a minute to just cool down, slow our roll. Yeah, that tank life. Are tanks just born to suffer? That's certainly what it seems like. Oh, they want to keep it going. They want some more birds. I mean, do they AoE? I'm honestly not sure. Yeah. Alright, well, I guess the show goes on. But wait, so we didn't get EXP, so I'm not the level sync then. Right? There's another 57 and they're the same. So I'm thinking the thief's gonna go, and then I guess I'll use Dark Harvest again. Or they're not gonna go. I guess they're not. Well, I guess I'll just fire my weapon skill off. Alright, nice. That warrior tank. No guillotine. That's I think that is a Dark Knight exclusive. There's a lot of weapon skills that you don't get unless you're a certain class. So, but I really like Vorpal Scythe. Like, Vorpal Scythe does deal quite a good amount of damage. But I guess for like a dark themed skill, for chaining purposes, I guess the only one I got is Dark Harvest. Like, I don't think Nightmare Scythe doesn't actually deal damage, I don't think. Huh. Yeah, I know there's like there's a chart out there, right? There's a chart for weapon skills out there and what chains into what, and it is so goddamn confusing just to look at. But I don't know. I'm not even sure when they're gonna fire their weapon skills off or not. No one really seems to have anything down, so I guess it's okay. I guess it's all good. Okay. So those tropical grobs. So and they're not too tough. They're not too high level, but they do AOE, and that might just murder the paladin, right? You don't want that. Yeah, the Renkai chart, it's... Like, if you look at the chart, it's one of those things where you look at it, and you just think, is this a video game, or... Is this someone's homework for a science project, or... FF11 gets complicated, okay? Things get complicated. Oh hey, our paladin is back up. Nice. Oh my god, I took 452 damage. 452! Like, that just dropped my health. I can't take much more of that. Wow, damn, that rabbit's rough. Like, that thing was just pumping out damage. See, that's why I like the rabbit right there. That's why rabbits are awesome. Okay, and we're already going back to these. Alrighty then. I'm sure this will go fine. Can't see dark. I have a very good look upside this giraffe's anus, but let me move here and just gonna get my sneak attack, trick attack, which trick attack does not actually do anything for you as a sub-job. I have learned that. Like, The only thing that Trick Attack does when you use it as a thief sub is it still does the aggro transfer. Like, it still transfers all the aggro from your attack to your target, but or to, you know, the person you're standing behind. So it is actually still good for aggro management purposes. Like, if you want to help the, you know, the tank or the off tank with aggro, it's still good for that. But it doesn't do any bonus damage as a thief sub. But I think here where, like, I saw it, right? I saw the warrior, he did provoke, and it didn't pull it off like, it didn't pull it off of the paladin. So I think pitching in a sneak attack, trick attack weapon skill might be a good idea. Trying to get some weapon skills in with the sheep too. Maybe have the sheep tank a little bit, right? Oh god, he is going down, and look at that. Ain't nobody can pull aggro off of him, right? There we go. Look, I gave him a little Vorpal Scythe act. There we go. See? Trick attack. Like, look, I'm helping with aggro management, alright? It's all worth it. Thief sub is worth it. It all comes together. Man, that paladin though, he really draws a lot of hate. But I mean, the EXP still, like, look at that, I'm already over 10,000. I am already over 10,000 EXP, even with that hang-up, right? Like, even with the, you know, the paladin fucking dying, right? Like, despite that, we're doing great. Man, this little Taru's brave. Look, who needs MP? Who needs MP? Who needs a tank with hit points? Fuck it. brave little Taru here. Wait, is that an AoE attack? I'm not sure. It looks like it should be, but... So I do know that does kind of work, actually, with a lot of, like, with a lot of the weapon skills, you need to either be a DR, like, or not DRK specifically, but you have to be, like, a whatever class main or sub. Some of them, though, it only works as a main. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I also don't really know what exactly, like, other than maybe more weapon skills, I'm not sure, like, what DRK would really do for anyone as a sub job. What does that do for one as a sub job? I guess the stun spell, I mean, if it doesn't get resisted though, right? Like, one of the reasons that I like Thief as a sub, it's not just because, you know, I do like sneak attack, I like all of the monetary benefits and all that, like, yeah, there's some good abilities and stuff, right? But, I mean, one reason I like Thief as a sub, and I always have, is that, like, it's just a purely statistical thing. Like, as a Thief sub, it just kind of boosts your dexterity a little, like, you're a little more accurate, your critical hit It's just kind of like it has a good positive stat effect, right? Like triple attacking is triple attacking is just wonderful. But I guess I just see a lot of benefits to it, and I can see a lot of benefits to a few classes subbing, right? But then I think of stuff like Dark Knight. It's like, yeah, what you wouldn't really get much out of it. There's quite a few classes where I just don't see what you get out of it. So. Ooh, nice! Got a Scission off. I do like how this guy, this warrior here, so he got sneak attack, trick attack, weapon skills by both the thief and me, and that didn't give him aggro. Oh, level 69, nice. Oh yeah, no, I've had that happen. Like I've had it happen, Riggs. Like, so especially with this weapon right here, the Demon Slicer, I have had it happen where like very early on, I triple attack and critical most of the hits, and also my Demon Slicer procs additional damage like multiple times, and it's like, well, I guess I'm the tank now. But I like it. I like Thief as a sub. I would like it even without triple attack, but with triple attack, I do feel like it is very worthwhile. I mean, solo I'd use it all the time anyway, just because it's extra money, right? But even like in a party setting, it works out. That's gonna pull attention. Bomb toss! Are you ready? Ah, that actually did less damage than the tropical Rabs roll claws. Did less damage than that. Look, can you blame me for like trying to steal a fancy coin off him? Can you blame me? Wait, did we get EXP for that? Only 170, huh? Only 170. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that man, I don't know, that goblin was like not all that tough actually. Not all that tough. So wait, the goblin was level 74. I don't think I've actually checked, but what level are the Dalmals that we're fighting? Like what level even are they? 80. They're level 80. Okay. Also, it's is it I mean, it makes sense, right? But it's kind of weird to me that that there are enemies over level 75 in the game. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because higher, like, there's statistical reasons that you want tough enemies to be higher level than the player, but like having enemies that are like level 80, 81, etc., when the maximum player level is only 75, it feels a little strange, right? Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just a me thing. Alright, got a sneak attack. But yeah, this thing's only level 72, so it's not that tough. I'm still, again, I am still wondering when did the combat music change on me? Is that because of like the level of things I'm fighting, or is it the zone that I'm in? Like what determines what fight music I get? I'm not sure. I asked it before, but I'm not sure if I don't think anyone answered. But I am curious because I really like this fight music, and it's different. It's different than the fight music I was getting. If I fire my weapon skill off after the paladin, I think that'll have a good effect. I need to pay more attention to who's doing what so that I can plan what to use. Nope, there's my triple. It has so little health, right? Yeah, it's... No, that would be a waste. It would have been a waste, right? Oh no, no, no. No, Taru, no. So they need to take a moment, but man, good time. I want to look something up real quick while the party is, you know, right now the party's just chilling for a while. Let me just look something up. I want to look up what exactly I have to fight for my testimonial. So. Beastmaster testimonial. So what do we got? Okay, so there's a couple of options. The lower level options, you know, always looking at the lowest level option. So Goblin Shepherds. Goblin Shepherds in Cape Terrigan and Gustav Tunnel. They go from 65 to 68. I'd say for goblins, because, you know, they have tricks, right? Probably I don't want to fight that until level 69. But really, I would say since I'm not gonna do the mat fight till level 70, because that's when I need to, right? I'll just wait till 70. The highest level the enemies go for this is level 69. But I'm thinking the Shepherds in Cape Terrigan. That's probably what I'll want to fight. And I have there's a couple zones you can go to, but I would say Cape Terrigan would probably be the best choice, and that's really just because there's an outpost in Cape Terrigan. Like, I can just warp straight there. So I figure that would be pretty hassle-free. Did the person come back, or who was let's see. Okay, our glorious healer, right? Well, I guess we're just kind of just sitting around waiting. There they are over there. Got there. I see they've got their light staff or better. Very nice. Where's my... Here we go. I noticed that my food had worn off. Also, sorry for kind of like just, I don't know, getting into the zone with the grind, right? I try to, you know, keep discussion up, keep things interesting, but like I have such a problem that I get into the zone when it comes to grinding, especially if it's in a party. When I join a party for just like EXPing or whatever, I tend to just zone out and get into it, right? It becomes a zen moment. Like even more so than when you're just solo beast mastering, right? Try not to get too lost in it. Also, I guess the white mage, oh, there they are, they're here. I do kind of want to level white mage up a bit more. Like, I don't hate healer, right? I don't hate playing the healer in a group. I actually do find healing in a party in this game to be fairly fun and enjoyable. I find healing, both healing and tanking, something I usually enjoy in MMOs. Funny enough, DPS is that's usually the thing I don't like all that much. But there's just kind of a certain fun to being, you know, one of those backbones of the party. Either the good tank that keeps everything from becoming chaos, or you know, the healer who can keep everyone on their feet. I don't know. There's a lot of fun to being a party backbone. In this game, I would say that I don't know. I would say that good DPS is also sort of a backbone of the party, right? Like, if the DPS isn't good in this game, then, like, yeah, the healer will run out of MP, things will go badly, right? Killing things in a timely fashion is kind of important. I'm just kind of sitting on all this TP. So, I think they're organizing a weapon skill now, right? They're doing things. Okay, yeah, they seem to have some chains, but and then I couldn't fit it in there. Again, I'm not really sure how they're. I don't know, they like most of them seem to have sort of chains they do worked out, so I guess it's fun. Ooh, the enemy is berserking. I'm not. How did I do that? Like, I was locked onto the target, right? But it wasn't like. See, now it's shooting my camera up into space, but it wasn't doing that before. I don't get it. Also, I'm having this moment of realization that not only am I really getting into the zen of the EXPing here, but also, I'm really sleepy. I feel like the weather's been so weird, it's kind of messing with everything, but today especially, I have had a nice big espresso in the morning. I've had a monster juiced, like, right before the stream started up. Like, I am thoroughly caffeinated today, and yet I'm just sitting here like ugh. Is it nap time? I mean, I don't know. We're just grinding in FF11. It's always nap time. So, okay, here's a little thing. Since people are actually, again, God bless them. I don't know why they do it, but people are actually using the archive that I make on YouTube and and going back and watching stuff and like the FF11 sessions. And I always wonder, like, it's crazy to me when I get someone saying that they really enjoy just listening along while they're working or doing whatever. And I always have to wonder, like, I don't know, like how does it work? What's compelling? Because I would like to make people happy, but I always wonder what is so compelling about, I don't know, just kind of hanging out and grinding and all that, right? But like, I would love to know the secret so that we could, I don't know, do it better. And that was a good triple, but like, I need accuracy for that. I need that accuracy for that. No, I'm realizing this is only a tropical robot. No need to waste weapon skills and lamb chops on the weaker enemies. Save it for the big ones, I guess. Though I'm still kind of wondering, there was one comment that someone made on the, on YouTube on one of the videos, one of the archive streams, and it was a nice comment and everything, but I went to answer it, and it wasn't there. Like, I could see it, I could clearly see it, like, hey, notification, there's a thing here, but it wasn't there. And I went in, like, I know that YouTube does a thing where, like, it automatically puts suspicious comments on hold and they have to be approved, which I try to keep an eye on that, but it wasn't one of those. It was not being held or anything. It was just non-existent. And I'm still not I'm not exactly sure what was going, like, did they delete it? And then you can still see but like, you can still see the message as a notification. You still see it there. I don't know. I don't know. All I can say is that I'm not censoring anyone. I don't know what's happening. I'm sitting on like 2,000 TP. I'm thinking to just fire it off. Just let it out. I don't know. Okay, then he goes. Now, when the Paladin did his part of the thing, like, nothing happened, so... Well, nothing happens when I do it either. So, I don't know, it seems like you got a two-parter, and then, I don't know. Oh, okay, they did something with that. They made a reverberation. I guess the main thing is no one's really explicitly saying anything. Like, no one is explicitly saying, like, okay, this is the chains we're doing. No one's really doing that. Also, I keep thinking that guy's a dragoon, but he's a warrior, right? But he's using a spear. I mean, I guess that's a weapon warriors can use, but so generally what I would always see warriors use, the great axe, right? Like the great axe, or if they're slash ninja, I would always see them dual wielding, hand axes. Sometimes I've seen them using like scythes, but not really spears so much. okay. It's going along great. Like if I had, if I had more time today, because I can't go super long today. Dinner will happen eventually. But if I had more time, I guess, yeah, this would be an easy level 68, right? See if I can just kind of get around here and do a little sneak attack. And just put it on the warrior. And the funny thing is, I have no interest in playing as a warrior in Final Fantasy XI. Again, not that it's bad or anything, it's just like, just no interest for it, right? It's not quite my thing here. But I really liked Warrior in Final Fantasy XIV. I really liked it, actually. But I think I liked it initially, right? Like, not after they really simplified things. Initially, I liked Warrior because depending on the gear and everything, you could either go in as a tank or as a DPS, right? And you had a lot of freedom and flexibility to build, like, basically a DPS that can also tank, or you could take it more tank heavy and, and be a very solid tank, but kind of in a different way than a paladin. I always liked that. But unfortunately, they very much simplified that out of existence. So Pentathrust doesn't, like, I can't chain with that. I can! I think, yeah. Okay, so Pentathrust, when he does Pentathrust, I can chain with that to make Transfixion using my Vorpal Sight. Okay, so keep that in mind. Pentathrust. I can do something with that. How much did he do with that? 402. So, that reminds me, when I was doing like Zilart Mission 4, the 75 thief that was helping us out, which the enemies in there they're dangerous even to a 75. They can. But man, they were doing like some crazy dagger attacks. Like when they would get off like a sneak attack, trick attack dagger, they were doing over 1,000 damage. It was insane. Oh, okay, so like open it with a portal and then I'm really bad with kind of, I get very anxious about unloading a weapon skill because I feel like I'm either gonna mess up someone else's chain, or, and this happens so often, I'm always worried that the moment, like, let's say multiple people have TP, I'm always afraid that if I go first, it's gonna be at the exact moment that someone else also fires theirs off. So then we just sort of both go at the same time, and nothing happens. It's just one of those constant anxiety things of like, oh no, but what if I mess it up? So if I wait for someone else to go, all right, then it's no pressure. But then, yeah, then I think that's how you get like a whole party with full TP. I think that's how that happens. I don't think I need poison potions. I don't think I need them. At some point I might, but not in the moment. Although also I can kill tonberries for poison potions, and I like killing tonberries. So I don't think I have to do it for the Zalart missions coming up, but eventually I am gonna have to reset my my tonberry hate again, aren't I? Though the funny thing is, when I did Zalart mission 4 yesterday, like, it was a fight against 3 tonberries, and one of them, like the thief one, it does like everyone's rancor, which is way more damage than everyone's grudge. But the thing is, at no point did anyone reset their tonberry hate. Like, at no point did we do a hate reset, and we were killing a lot of tonberries to get those lanterns, because everybody forgot. But I guess the way that we did it is, like, they had my pet go in first, and my pet was tanking. It got rancored, and it survived it, so... so it didn't matter too much. Yeah, no, like, the rancor attack, like, it did a ton of damage. It's just, the damage went into my pet, and, you know, pets... I would love to see how much pets actually have, but pets seem to have multiple thousands of HP, more than players. So they can just take a rancor and keep on trucking. Oh god, I can't see where I am. Okay, I'm directly behind this guy. Oh, I'm not using my pet. I need to make better use of pet. Man. Gravitation. So yeah, I guess I'll just let them do their chain. My chain was okay, but like, man... I will say at some point I would kind of like to play a super high damage class. I know I don't really like DPS all that much, but if I'm gonna go DPS, like, proper, like, I consider Beastmaster to be, I don't know, it's more of a jack of all trades in a way, but in a way, right? But, I don't know, like, I feel like I'd love to try just a super high damage. I guess that'd be what? That'd be like Samurai for melee, something like that. Black Mage. I don't know, it might be fun. It might be fun. Figured I'd save my weapon skills, because I think it's a little wasted on the easier enemies. A little bit wasted. Alright, so now, prepare the shield. I see no reason not to just lamb chop over and over again. Get it in there. Kinda crazy that I can lamb chop 3 times when it doesn't. Now look at that. Okay, that lamb chop was set. That was a 57 damage lamb chop. Ooh, I might be able to do something with this. Yeah, there we go. No No chain, though. I don't... Like, okay, hold on. I don't get it. So, he used pentathrust, right? Like, let's just look up the list here. He did a pentathrust, I think. Yeah, so he did pentathrust. And it caused a... Yeah, he did pentathrust. It caused gravitation to happen. And then I did Vorpal Scythe. And I hit, but I got no chain. So, okay, I don't really understand why that didn't... Like, why didn't that make a chain? Or is my understanding of how chains work, is that maybe off? Like, the way that I think it works is that it's just on a weapon skill to weapon skill basis. So, like, if I follow up pentathrust with my scythe, like that should do a chain, right? But if it's coming off of another chain, does that cause some interference with that? I mean, I don't get how that goes exactly. Man, that gravitation, it looks awesome. I guess I was always under the impression that if you have if you do the same weapon skills every time, like if you know that two weapon skills work together, if used in that order, like no matter what, it should cause a weapon skill thing to happen, right? It should cause a combo. But maybe my understanding is not correct, I don't know. Oh, it looks like the Paladin is just kind of sitting out for MP, I guess. Well, yeah, that's gotta be... It's moving around. It's moving around. Man, Rampage, 619 damage, Decision for 309. Like, that was, but, so, okay, so like, it does interrupt it then if, so like, normally I could just follow up a pentathrust with my scythe and that does a thing, right? But if that pentathrust was kind of the end of another skill chain and that caused, you know, if that caused a chain, so then that kind of, so that affects how you can follow it up. Man, there's a... Why is it so complex? Also, I just noticed my pet's going. Just noticed that. Yeah, I'll summon up the sheep again. Okay, so it is more complex than I thought. That's what I mean, it's... I love this game, but man, some of the systems can get convoluted. So everyone's got TP now. Oh, the thief's gonna do something. Okay, so he fires one off, and then I'm assuming the warrior pentathrust it. Yeah. So okay, I can't follow that up then with my Vorpal Scythe. So I guess, well, now that I don't know, I mean, like... Oh, fired that one. So I'll just put my Vorpal Scythe out there and see if anyone can work with it. Okay, they made a distortion out of it. I will say I kind of wish that, I don't know, I wish there was maybe some way that the game would indicate how things fit together. Like, I'm not saying to make it, like, you know, dummy easy, but I'm not even sure how you'd go about it, right? Like, the only thing I can think of is in, this game doesn't really work that way, but in EverQuest 2, if I remember correctly, EverQuest 2 actually had something kind of like the weapon skill chains in this game. In EverQuest 2, they had a thing where you, like, every ability had some kind of property, and you could create, like, chains that would have powerful bonuses or, you know, bonuses, debuffs, extra damage, etc. It would have some effect, right? If you chain together certain abilities between party members. And if I remember correctly, the way that EverQuest 2 did it was that when something was initiated, it would kind of create a thing on screen that would let you know, okay, now someone needs to do this, and that'll create this effect, or, you know, like, it sort of did that, right? Where there was a bit of a tell for what you're supposed to do. Again, this game doesn't really work that, like, it doesn't, the UI just isn't there for that kind of thing, but it would be really helpful. Okay. And the only indication I really get is like, okay, so for my Vorpal Scythe, it says skill chain attribute transfixion scission. The thing is, I'm not even like okay, but I'm not really sure what. It doesn't really help me to chain things together, you know. I'm gonna keep my camera down here. Nope, just kind of locking on so I can run around back here. I'm ready to lay down some weapon skill. Alright, I'm just gonna I don't want to do it now because they're firing off their weapon skills, so I don't want to fuck it up. Okay, it's done. It's done. But yeah, I feel like some of the more convoluted systems in this game, again, I love the game, and I love how things are a little bit esoteric. I like that. But I just feel like for certain elements, such as making combos with your fellow party members, there needs to be some way to kind of, there has to be some system of tells to kind of know what your options are. Outside of just memorizing a crazy chart, right? Outside of that. Oh, I just noticed my myth kebab is, again, it's not more accuracy, but damage, right? Alright, just get back here and unload again. Alright, over 14k. So we're almost halfway through that level. Getting there. We're getting there. God, I wish I didn't feel so sleepy today. I don't know. I hate it. It doesn't feel good, especially because I have had so much caffeine today. But I think it is kind of the... Like, caffeine has a bit of a different effect on some people. For me, it does sort of help to not... You know, it helps to be more alert and more focused, but it doesn't really make me awake. Which I think that is a common symptom of the ADHD, right? Like, it... You know, caffeine makes me more focused, but it doesn't really... Like, I'm sitting here yawning. Like, I can drink an espresso, and it's like, oh man, I want a nap now. I kind of hate it. But the funny thing is, that's more or less how it's always been. And I know that people used to think it was really weird, right? Like, how can you be sleepy right now? You just pounded down that monster energy like you should be having a heart attack right now. I kind of need to. I kind of need to have coffee or a caffeine pill. I have a bottle of caffeine pills so that I'm not just drinking coffee all the time. So I usually just take like a caffeine pill at some point during the day. It's more kind of slow-acting caffeine, and it's a focus thing. It keeps me focused, but does not make me sleep. Doesn't make me awake. The problem, I do know why I'm feeling more sleepy than usual. It's probably that I'm not sleeping good. Again, the temperature and the humidity it's bad. The temperature's not as bad as it was. We're under 30 Celsius. We're under that again. But it's still super humid. It's very stuffy, like hard to breathe with. So when I sleep, I'm just not sleeping good. I wake up a lot. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily that. I think it's just that I'm really sleeping poorly. My quality of sleep goes right down in the terrible heat and humidity. Let's go. Finish this one. But generally, like when I sleep well, generally having caffeine pretty much right at the start of the day and then being caffeinated throughout the day in some form, it generally works out for me. It keeps me focused. Again, it's kind of a bit of a self-medicating way until I can get me. I do have an appointment to finally get me on, get things properly worked out and then eventually get some medication for it. But like until then, caffeinating in a controlled way is kind of the do-it-yourself version of ADHD meds, and it does kind of work out. Like much less unfocused if I'm just very, very caffeinated. But I do kind of wish that I was one of those people that could, like, get that wake-up effect out of caffeine. I really wish I was one of those people, but it's never It's never ever given that effect to me. I've never drank caffeine to wake up. Yeah, like that too. Well, it's like generally, I try not to like just chug like espresso or Monster or whatever, because there's a lot of other stuff in that you don't want to, you don't want to have in you all the time. That's why we have like, just caffeine pills. But generally I function better. It's just right now, the sleeping isn't good right now. That's the main issue. Also, there was a massive storm last night here, and like I kept waking up because of that. Like that sound of like lightning just hitting somewhere really close. Yeah, that'll wake you right up. But I do kind of try to stay away from the dangers of like too much coffee or especially energy drinks. I used to drink energy drinks a lot more than I do now. Like yeah, I had that nice Aussie lemonade Monster for the stream, but that's kind of my weekend thing, right? Normally I try to tone it down, try to stay away from all that. But I used to be the kind of guy that would drink like 2 Red Bulls a day, and it's both that I like the taste. I actually like the taste. I know I'm weird like that, but also it's just it would keep me focused and attentive. That was the main reason, right? But that, man, look, I'm not in my 20s anymore, right? Like I can't get away with that. I mean, in my 20s, man, I ate badly, and I would, drink all of the Pepsi and Mountain Dew and Monster and Red Bull. Like, at a certain point in my life, I'm pretty sure I was living off of, like, that. Instead of water, I was just drinking energy drinks. And half the time for food, like for lunch and all that, I'd just eat like a bag of combos or something. Some Andy Cap fries. Is it bad that in a way I kind of miss it? Like, yeah, that was terrible. That was terrible, and continuing on that path would have killed me. But is it bad that I kind of miss it? Every now and then I get that taste in my mouth where I just want to rip into a bag of combos, which you can't even get those here. So I mean, that's not a worry, but I want to rip into a bag of combos, maybe some cheese puffs, and just down a big Red Bull. It's so terrible, I know, but because it was such a lifestyle thing for a while, the taste is there, and every now and then I get nostalgic for it. The closest I really get is that every now and then, like usually on the weekend, I have a fruity juice Monster and some kind of snack, right? But that's as close as I get to it now. I do try to avoid like the sweeteners. I'm wondering, was there any sweetener in the Monster that I just had? It's got like 42 calories per 100 mils, so I'm pretty sure they use real sugar, but they do. They use a very, very tiny amount. Like it's under some other stuff that says 0.004%, so there is less than 0.004% sweetening, sucralose in this Monster. But at less than 0.004%, like, yeah, that's fine. That's not gonna do anything. Like, the most of that's just sugar, real sugar. That's okay with me. But I try to avoid like artificial sweeteners or just too much sugar in general. Bad for my teeth. Yeah, I skip out on the water. That's the thing. Drinking water. That's always been a struggle for me. Also, not paying enough attention. Let's get that sheep going. Oh man, White Mage got aggro. They're doing their thing, and I'll let them do their big chain. So yeah, I can't follow that up. Can't follow it up. But I'll just go ahead and sneak attack, trick attack, and weapon skill. There we go. Just get it in. And can they do anything with that? Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I don't know. For most just normal colas, which I don't drink that often. I really don't drink like sodas and stuff very much anymore. But when I do, I drink ones that they're just sugar. Like I mean, not just sugar. They have other stuff in them too, but they don't have any sweetener at all. And they're very low sugar too. Or I have brewing lemonade. I really like brewing lemonade. But for like sodas, I mean here you've got Afri-Cola and Fritz Cola, and both of those are just real sugar and strong cola nut taste. But no sweetener, and they're very mild, like very mild in general. Really like them. But I haven't had a Pepsi or a Coca-Cola. I haven't had one of those in a very long time. Again, I used to down that kind of stuff. I would drink it like it was water. But that was, man, my teeth just rotted. Like, I have so many fillings because I was drinking soda like water for most of my life. Turns out that's bad for your teeth. Yeah, I know, I should. Drinking more water in general is kind of a life thing that I'm trying to get more used to. I'm much better about it now than I used to be. Again, I used to literally not drink water at all. Like, from a very early age, like as a kid, right? Like, as a kid all the way up until I moved here and the wife would not let me do that, I used to just drink, like, Pepsi. If I was thirsty, I'd have a Pepsi, right? I literally never drank water, and, like, I didn't drink it until I was, you know, in my late 20s here. And I would definitely say that my health improved greatly after making that change. Also, hey there, Techno. I don't think you said anything before that, or I was being dumb. Probably me being dumb. But either way, I like to say hey. But yeah, I guess what I can definitely say is life advice: don't just drink these sodas and stuff like they're water. I cannot recommend it. Very bad for your health. I know. But yeah, I think as like as a kid and then even as a young adult, like you can kind of get away with that, you know? Like I didn't really start feeling really the effects of it until I was in my 20s, and fortunately I didn't really feel the effects too bad before. I mean, the main lifestyle change is that, you know, I got married and moved over to Germany, and the wife will not allow me to eat like that anymore, right? and at first I was a little upset that I couldn't just have trash food and Pepsi, you know, as my only source of nutrition. But I quickly found that I was feeling much better after the change, right? And also I learned how to cook too, because, you know, make real food. So generally a positive change. Oh, mid-30s. Well, yeah. I mean, God, it's still so weird to even think about it. But yeah, like I'm 35. I'm 35. I'm halfway done with life almost, but it's weird. I don't feel it. Like honestly, I still feel like I'm, you know, a young adult, but I guess not. Got plenty gray hair to show for it all. Oh crap, I used my weapon skill. Well, they still got it. Not as good of a one, but it worked out. It worked out. But yeah, I know the feeling of like most of the dental work you need being fixing old stuff. Like I have not gotten any new cavities in like the last 7 years. No new cavities. Like all the times I have to go to the dentist, it's because fillings from when I was younger are just falling out. That's and I will admit I'm very bad about going to the dentist, so I tend to wait a little longer than I should, and then a little more work has to be done. I'm bad about it. Again, I can't recommend sitting on like broken fillings and stuff, but I mean, I don't know. I think my problem is it's the same way with like going to the doctor. For me, it's a little bit of I guess, post-trauma from thinking like, oh god, this is gonna cost too much, but it's like, not here. Like, dental work still costs a bit, but like, it's not nearly as bad. I remember for a lot of my old fillings and stuff, god, hundreds and hundreds of dollars for those fillings, right? But a fraction of that here. So I really shouldn't be as nervous about it, right? I shouldn't be as reluctant to just go to the doctor or go to the dentist. You can just do that. Oh yeah, the morning routine with the teeth. I will admit I'm a little lazy about my teeth still, but I do think that a lot of what really helped me is just changing my diet. Like I really don't, like I don't eat or drink sugary foods like I used to. I don't snack as much either. Like I think just reducing the amount of garbage in my mouth, that kind of, it really helps. But we have these nice electric toothbrushes. Man, it feels like going to the dentist every time I brush my teeth. It's got that force behind it. Like admittedly, at first I was really skeptical about like an electric toothbrush. I was a little skeptical, right? But after using one for a little while now, I've come around. It's fun. And very effective. What's the EXP up to? 16,000. Man, it's just flying along. I don't think I'll be able to farm with these guys for too much longer. Like I usually make dinner in like 1 or 2 hours, depending. Made a big noodle dish for the wife and me this for lunch today. So that's probably gonna last a while. But man, if I had all the time, let's just ride it out. To the moon. Let's just go to level 70. But no, this is a nice EXP boost here. Man, I do love, like, just bantering about life stuff, because is this the sign that you're getting old and boring? Is this what it is? Because I do it a lot. Like, I find that often I just kind of, you know, can be doing whatever, and let's talk about cooking, cleaning, you know, dental hygiene. Again, it's like, oh man, this is, I guess this is getting old. But I don't know, it's good stuff. And I always like to hear how other people approach things in life. It's always fun. Trade notes. They're firing off their skill. Why not? I'll shoot mine out. Didn't do it. That's okay. Oh, look at this guy. Look. So the party here. Imagine seeking for a party and saying no, because you're repping someone. I get that too, right? I get that. You know, you already promised that you're gonna replace someone in another party, so it would actually be maybe a little dickish to then, you know, just join another party, right? Like, I think that would be the dick move, right? Like, initially, I was like, you know, on first thought, it's like, it would make sense, like, well, oh, just get in a party now. But if you think about it for more than a second, like, yeah, no, that'd be a little dickish. I love how, like, depending on my camera angle here, like, I don't even see the thing's head. It's just off screen. We're getting to that phase of the party where people getting replaced. Oh no, not the tropical rab, man. Them whirl claws. Oh, here it comes. Yeah, look. Oh, probably need a log soon. So it's that point, right? Or that phase of the group. The wind down. Hell, why not? I'll throw in my... Like, hell, why not? That did a transfixion. Oh, now now I got aggro again. Also, total aside, not related to Final Fantasy, but I don't know why I have really had a strong urge to go back and play Guild Wars again. The first one, not the second. The first one. I don't know why. Like, for a little while now, I've kind of had a really strong urge to go back and play that, because I actually never beat the game. Like, I never completed all the campaigns, because it actually gets kind of hard. It gets kind of hard as you go along. Especially if you don't have, like, a real party of players and you're just playing with henchmen. It's very challenging. I think the problem is when I did actually try to play Guild Wars 1 on stream not that long ago. I made a Mesmer, and the problem is I took it upon myself to do the pre-game challenge, right? Like there's the tutorial area, like the way the game works is that the first couple levels of the game, it's basically, you're just kind of running around the kingdom of Ascalon, and then the apocalypse happens, and then the world map opens up, and the game changes, right? And the real game starts. But the pre-apocalypse stuff is actually a whole little world map, and you can level to max level on that map. It's very difficult and slow, but you can do it. And I kinda took it upon myself to take that challenge, right? That sort of burned me out, I will admit. Like, trying to level up that slow in the tutorial, it burned me right out. I really shouldn't have done that. But, I never beat the game, so I kinda wanna make a new character and give another shot at it. I never played Rift. I never did Rift, but Guild Wars 1 is it's one of those games that I actually played that back in high school. That's how old the game is. But I played it in high school with friends, and we loved it. But we never beat it. We never. Well, I think we might have beaten it. We might have beaten the first campaign, but since then, more campaigns and expansions came out, and the game is longer now. So I do have an urge to go back and finish the whole thing. But I think maybe if I were to start this up, and we'd probably make another stream thing out of it, right? So instead of Mesmer, I would probably... Oh, look at that. Oh, gave me the good weapon skill. But I'd probably go Necromancer. Mesmer is my favorite class in Guild Wars 1 because it's all about counters, right? It's all about counter spells, curses, just really messing up your opponent, right? But in a non-direct way. It's basically like a blue deck in Magic the Gathering, like a blue counter deck. But I think Necromancer would be more fun to play through the whole game. Oh, you never... Oh. Yeah, it is kind of... You know what? There is a certain fun, and I mean, really, isn't it what I'm doing here? But there is a certain fun in going back and kind of completing a game that you never 100%ed or you never beat or whatever. There is a certain catharsis in going back and really long hauling it and seeing it through to the end, right? When you didn't before. That is actually a lot of what I do with games on the stream. I find that streaming them is a really good way to kind of get that motivation. But I kind of want to do more long-haul projects like that. Like, yeah, we're taking on quite a project too. I mean, I'm not even sure what all my goals in this game are. I want to hit max level, I wanted to get all my artifact armor, and I got my artifact armor, but, you know, I have some goals, right? Some things that some boxes to tick off to say, I won. But I think I would like to make more long-term projects like this. I don't know if anybody'd be interested, because you know people tend to shy away when we're not doing Final Fantasy. But I kind of would like to do more long-term. Like, I have a goal. I want to do something that I couldn't before or whatever, and to really make a project, like a project of a long-term streaming project out of it. I'd like to do that for Guild Wars 1, and maybe some other things, too. The problem with long-hauling any game is, or especially MMOs, is that, yeah, you're really committing to a long-term investment. That's the thing, right? Also, I do remember in FF7 getting... I did. I got the gold chocobo, got the Knights of the Round, all that good stuff. I think I did everything in FF7. I think. Also, I'm the only one with TP here, so let me pitch it in. Didn't do it. That's okay. But I will say, I used to... So, like, yeah, of course there's games that I never finished for one reason or another, right? Even if it was just that I got distracted, but I will say that I used to 100% games a lot more than I do now. And I guess even now it's not so much about, like, 100% completion. It's not so much about that. It's about feeling like you've seen everything the game has to offer. Right? Now, you might not have done like every little achievement if it's a game with achievements. You know, you might not have gotten everything like that, but the idea that you have seen all of the proper content that a game has to offer, I like that feeling, right? But I find that I do that a lot less with games now than I did as a kid. As a kid, I would play the absolute fuck out of a game, and then replay it again, but I find I don't do that so much now, and it's not... I don't think it's necessarily just that I'm an adult now, but it's more that, like, very few games manage to capture my wonder and attention like they used to, right? Maybe more about that. Yeah, I guess one thing I will say, I was never afraid of, you know, using a strategy guide or, as soon as it became an option, like, extensively researching what to do on the internet. I will admit, I was never afraid to do that, but, God, I used to have, like, you know, the Prima/Brady Games strategy guides, right? Like, I used to get those physical, big-ass strategy guides for games. And it wasn't necessarily that I, you know, didn't feel confident to beat a game on my own, but it's more that they would always have all kinds of crazy esoteric information about the game, and sometimes they would just have cool stuff in them too. Like, just cool stuff, right? Although I do remember, there was one game that I'm pretty sure I never would have gotten anywhere without, like, that official Prima strategy guide, right? And that would be the first Digimon World, which I actually liked. I actually liked that. I still think that's a fun game, even now. I haven't played it in a while, so maybe that's, you know, maybe that's just my memory. But I'm pretty sure I would never have gotten anywhere in Digimon World without that guide. Like, you needed that. Oh, was that the Brady Games guide? Like, there was... yeah, there was, like, a guide for FF11, which, yeah, it wasn't always accurate, but it did have a lot of useful stuff in it. Though I think my favorite type of strategy guide thing, my favorite is when it has lots of, not necessarily gameplay info, but lots of just lore and interesting things. I think a good example would be the strategy guide that I think might have actually with my copy of Earthbound, it came with it, but there was like a big strategy book for Earthbound, and it was the way that it was written and formatted. It did have lots of good, useful mechanical information, but it was formatted kind of like a tour guide, like a tourist information book, and it was all kind of done in character, and it was just fun. It was just a really fun little book. But yeah, I feel like having a physical book strategy guide for an MMO is kind of... I feel like that's maybe a fruitless or a futile, a futile effort, right? Because MMOs are always changing. Any game that is online, it's always changing. So information can get inaccurate very quickly. Yeah, I mean, early 2000s it was the time, but like, I'm pretty sure they stopped doing that for most online. Well, I think physical strategy guides, how common are they anymore? Are those still a thing? Like, I really don't know. Are physical strategy guides still a thing? I haven't seen one in a very long time. Yeah, I do remember just kind of the old word of mouth, right? Like, people just kind of... Like, I mean, back in the day when I played games like FF7, like, all my friends also liked games like that, so we would just sort of get together at the lunch table, right, and discuss what we can do and all that. Like, that's sort of what we did with games. Oh yeah, I guess nowadays it's more of a collector's book thing, right? Like, they may border into strategy stuff, but it's like, it's more for the collector's value rather than actually being a guide or anything. True, that's more what you see. Because nowadays, I mean, literally just Google, right? Like, if you need help with your game, just Google. I mean, who's gonna buy a strategy book or call the Nintendo Power Hotline? Goddamn, I actually did that once. Just once, alright? Just once. For Mega Man X. I was a dumb kid, alright? I was a dumb kid, and I didn't know, like, where the armor upgrades for Mega Man were. I didn't know where they were, and so we used the Nintendo Power Hotline. Oh. Like, I think I'm the only person I know that ever actually used that hotline, right? I think I'm the only one. The only one dumb enough. Yeah, I guess I was fortunate that most friends I had also enjoyed, like RPGs and even MMOs to a degree. So I was very fortunate on that. I remember, I think it was actually friends that got me into Ultima Online to begin with. Like, my first MMO, right? I had friends that really liked Ultima Online, and so, yeah, they jumped me into it, and oh boy, that was an experience. But it did kind of, after that, yeah, I was the one that really got into the MMOs, and they sort of dropped out of that kind of thing. I had one friend that just liked Final Fantasy a lot, so he tried Final Fantasy 11 back in the day, and he played it a little bit, but then quickly dropped off. And again, this is a game that I feel like would be so much more fun if you do it with friends. But like having or getting friends that actually enjoy it that much, oh, that's a big ask. That's kind of the issue that I have with a lot of games. I mean, even though I because of the stream now, every now and then I can get someone to, really take interest in a game and give it a shot, but it is hard even now to get people to just, like, that are really into a game enough to want to play it and to do stuff together with it. And timing, well, timing issues nowadays. Oh, end of party. End of party. What's the final tally for EXP? 19,000. I started at 7,000, so I got 12k EXP. That's not terrible. I mean, for a party, you could do better, you could do worse. It's fine. Only have 10,000 more till I level up. Great. I didn't use any of my EXP rings either. I had one that was active at the start, but I only have one more shot of my ring. Alright, I guess I'll use the final charge of my warp cudgel. So I guess I will do the old salute. Alright. And when my cudgel is up, I'll warp out, and then I think first thing I should do is buy a new one. First thing. Yeah, the only EXP that I don't take is if it's a party that I just don't really like, you know, the style of it. I really don't like pet parties. It feels like you're exploiting the game. It feels like something that shouldn't be. And also they tend to just be boring, like, because I think generally the way most people seem to do that is like they just nuke the enemies to the ground, and like they would only invite someone like me to be the level sync. And in general, I hate it when I am invited to a party only to be the level sync, and it's some kind of weird setup where I don't actually do anything, but I'm just there, you know, to anchor the party, right? I'm generally not down with that. So I do have my limits on EXP as EXP. Like, I still like to play the game and feel like I'm contributing to the party. Like, if all I'm doing is just sort of standing there and soaking up EXP. I know some people they're down with that, but I'd rather play the game, even if it's slower. So that's just me. I like my gameplay. It's the same reason why, even though it's very, very popular in City of Heroes, like, you know, when I do the City of Heroes streams, you'll always see like people shouting for parties, and they're like looking for sitters and hitters. That's the term they use in City of Heroes. In City of Heroes, like, you've got the hitters that just go around killing everything in the mission, and then the sitters who are literally just sitting at the entrance to the mission, just getting EXP, not doing anything. They're just AFK, right? But they're only there to kind of pump up the numbers for the mission, right? So it's more things to fight. And I hate that. Like, I get it. It's fast, it's easy, but like I want to play the game. I don't want to do that. So I avoid that kind of thing. Alright, so I saw that, like, I do believe my pauldrons, the ones that I already had gotten, I believe they sold. So let's see what my inbox looks like. Oh yeah, yep. 45k. Oh, so if I buy a warp cudgel now, it's gonna... Okay, no, I thought I was gonna be over 1.8 million, but not yet. Not quite yet. Alright, now I don't feel bad about spending for the warp cudgel. Alright, what I want to deposit. Also, I think I'm maybe gonna go with a different food. I think something that gives me accuracy. I like the damage of the meat myth kebab, but I find in parties I need accuracy more than extra damage. But if I could get maybe a little bit of both, that'd be nice. Oh, I got one of the Catoblepus. I got a Catoblepus hide. Wonder if that's worth anything. Alright, but I don't guess I'll deposit anything. I'll keep all this on me. But I do need to hit the auction house for multiple reasons. Man, it's kind of crazy to me still that I'm almost up to 2 million. And the thing is, I want to level up my fishing more, and doing that is gonna make even more money, just as a consequence, right? But I do find that while Gil used to be this sort of impossible thing to me, the idea of having more than even 10,000 Gil, that used to be crazy to me back in the day. But I guess once you get to a certain point in the game and you know the things you can do to make Gil, it's not so bad. It's really not. Alright, I have another stack of pauldrons up for sale. It looks like the price of pauldrons is rapidly declining. Rapidly. I just want them to sell. But also they're a fairly common drop. They're really a common drop. So, you know, getting anything for them, it's good to me. I find that way too often items sell for a lot more than they need to, considering the rarity and the ease of access. You know, like how is hair meat like 5,000 Gil or whatever? Okay, let's see. Any more I want to sell? I do have a stack of earth crystals, which earth crystals are, yeah, man, they're like 700 Gil now. That's earth crystals are usually, you're kind of lucky if you'll get 300 for those. No idea why they've shot up all of a sudden. 1,000 Gil. I have no idea how much the hide is worth normally. I usually like to check an NPC first, so. Alright, but I wanted to buy some things. So, I've still got pet jugs, still got all that. But I want to check two things. One, is there any sliced sardine for sale? Is there some sliced sardine? Because, so here's the thing, right? Right now, I can fish up bluetail. I think I can do bluetail all the way up to level 55, which is how high I need to go. But the leveling is very slow on that fish. I would like to fish something a little higher. Trilobites are a little higher, but they're really not that much higher. Noble Lady would be the ideal fish, but I think I need the sliced sardine to have a really good catch chance. With the secondary lure, like the second best option, Noble Ladies really don't hook very often. It's not, they don't hook often enough to be worth it. So I'm always keeping an eye out, and I'm looking for some sliced sardine. I would make it, but it's, it crafts so slowly, right? Like you can only make 2 at a time. The sheer amount of time it would take me to make a stack of 99, I'd rather not sit around for that. So I'd totally just buy it off of someone if they're selling, but I haven't seen any for sale even. Yeah, no one's selling sliced sardine. I always check. Like, I'd pay more than 7k. If it catches Noble Ladies and also sometimes bluetail like I believe it should, I mean, it could sell for like 10k and I'd still make my money back, so I'd pay more. Alright, so okay, without that, the other thing I wanted to look up is some kind of accuracy food. But if there is, possibly a food that boosts both accuracy and damage. I need both, but because I sub Thief most of the time, my accuracy isn't terrible. Thief is good for that. but I do need a little more accuracy. But I need a little more damage too. Some kind of compromise, but I'd also just take accuracy food. I mean, you know, can't go wrong, right? So I think seafood. Seafood is the one, I always hear people talking about sushi, right? I'm not sure if that is an accuracy food, but I always hear sushi, some kind of sushi. So where the sushi at? Man, words are hard. It's the fish chief kebab. Huh. That's a defense thing. Okay, so that's better for defense. Here we go. So sushis, what do we got? Squid sushi. 6 dexterity, 5 agility, 15% accuracy to a max of 72. That seems good. I mean, honestly, the plus 6 dex, that is like, okay, the accuracy, yeah, you need that, but the plus 6 dex, that would make me critical hit more. It's both more accuracy, and it would make me crit more. I'm down for that. Ooh. Okay, so, soul sushi. So, soul sushi, why is that so hard to say? That gives the same 6 dex accuracy, but it boosts strength too. So I think that's the one I'd want, right? Like if I'm dealing damage in a party, that sounds good. More so than the one with agility. That's maybe more of a tank thing. And then tuna. Tuna sushi. Huh. Tuna sushi. It gives your pet a bonus. Huh. So, pet bonus. HP, Dex, Charisma, Accuracy. That's not bad. Like, as a Beastmaster, that sounds okay. How much is that one? Ooh, 14k. 14k. And then I see we have kind of a +1 version, too. So either the squid or the soul sushi kind of sounds like what I want. 14k for that one. 20, oh god. 22. Like, I have a decent amount of gil, right? But just looking at that, the idea of spending 22,000 gil for just 12 foods that give 30-minute buffs each, right? Like, man, going through that much money that quickly, God, that is not a happy proposition. So is there anything a little bit cheaper than that? Like, I will say that the soul sushi, that might be, that sort of thing might be what I want if I'm going into, like, a really hard fight. Like, if it's like a boss fight or something, it might be a good idea to keep some sushi for the real tough stuff, right? But I don't think I would really want to use that in just in a casual EXP party. I don't think I'd want to drop that much money for a little extra damage and accuracy. So is there maybe something that gives, like, that dex and accuracy or something like it, but a little less costly, like maybe half of that, right? Like, even around 10k I'd be willing to pay for a stack, but that's a bit much. 22,000 is a little bit much. Okay, so this gives dex, but it's... Okay, dexterity, vitality, accuracy, how much is that one? 12k, which is still... I mean, I guess, you know, for 14k, the squid sushi, right? That was like 14k. That's still a little too expensive, though. Like, I mean, like, closer to just 10k, or under 10k. 9k or less, maybe, but, Like, this is still a little expensive. A little expensive, and it doesn't quite have the stats I want. Like, I would like something that also boosts my, my damage a little bit. But I'm not sure what a good option for that would be. What is this one? Nah, still too much. Like, all I want is kind of a food that gives me some accuracy, some boost to my damage, and isn't, you know, isn't like expensive, right? It doesn't have to be big boosts either. It's just a little helping boost, right? But all of this is yeah, pretty expensive. And also most of it's not really the stats I want. Yeah, it's ranged accuracy. That's not gonna help me. Lots of ranged accuracy. Man, it's all ranged. Okay, maybe just standard meat and eggs, right? Maybe there's something in there. So I want something with some level of either accuracy or dexterity. More dex kind of achieves a similar result. Not really, but it gives some amount of accuracy, right? I think the sushi might really be my best option, unfortunately. So, blackened frog, I mean, that gives +2 dex, and it gives attack. But it's not really what I want either. There's some very good strength food, though. Like, there's a lot of real good stuff to boost up your damage, but... Oh, wait, here we go. The porcupine pie. So, +6 strength, +5 accuracy, which isn't huge, but it's something, and then plus attack. Let me guess, this costs a ton, right? Yo! 24,000 for each individual pie. Like, individually that much. Hedgehog pie. A little better, but that's for a single pie. See, like, for as much gil as I have, when I see stuff like that, and knowing how quickly you can just burn through them, it really humbles you very fast, right? You find yourself humbled. So yeah, I don't think my options are really all that great. My options ain't great. Do I just keep going with the meat myth kebab? I mean, it doesn't give me any accuracy, but it does boost my damage. So when I hit, I at least hit hard, right? I'll take that. And they're not too expensive either. But I guess either way, right now I don't need it, and if I get into another party, depending on what they're doing, I can buy the food then. But what I definitely need is I need a new warp cudgel. The warp cudgel's not rare, right? No, it's not. It's not rare, but I don't want to accidentally sell the wrong cudgel. I don't want to sell the wrong one. So let's go ahead and just get rid of the old one. And any other junk that I've got too. Oh, look at that 3-5 Diabolos fight. I'm not there yet though. I'm not there. I'm still on what, 3-3, right? I'm on 3-3. But I see people asking for the Diablos fight all the time, so I can probably get in on that sometime. Especially once that reward program kicks in. Oh no, wait, I want to keep those fire crystals, right? Right, I'm sitting on a ton of copper ore, so I want to hold on to that. Alright, just get rid of the items that I'm probably not gonna hang on to sell. So the old warp cudgel, I can sell that for 2,000 gil. That's good. Kind of takes the edge off of the next one. Okay, they only sell for 332, so it would be to my benefit to sell that on auction. The Antican acid doesn't seem to sell all that often, and it doesn't sell for that much more on the auction house, so get rid of it. Oh no, I've got 1.8 million now. I can't go under that. Look, just this one time I'm willing to make an exception, right? I'm willing to break that rule. I like to have a cudgel on me at all times. Ever since I have discovered the wonders of the warp cudgel, and just how amazingly useful it is, ever since I discovered that, I never want to be without one ever again. Never again. Though it does kind of suck that you have to be like level 36 to use it. That kind of sucks. I really wish the warp cudgel was just a level 1 item. No, does anybody use it? Does anybody use the warp cudgel as like a proper weapon? I don't think so. So maybe just make it level 1, right? I mean, maybe nuke the stats on it, right? Like, nuke the stats on it, but make it level 1. Ooh, nice. The price went down. Warp cudgels used to cost like, when I bought my warp cudgel, the last one, it cost me 18k. So it cost me 18k. This one only 15. And I sold my last warp cudgel back for 2,000, so I guess total price 13k, right? When you factor that in. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Alright, so we got a fresh cudgel. Man, I'm that one away from a stack of mithril coins. Got 18 Beastmen seals and 24 kindreds. Well, I guess it's back to the solo game for me, right? Back to the solo. But also I forgot to sell this. Okay, now my inventory feels clean. Oh, I'm still in the party. They didn't just break up. Okay, there we go. No point in being in a not party, right? Also, I haven't been looking too close at oh look, someone's looking for the LB1 items. The thing is, if I didn't, you know, I do want to help people more often. Like, when I see someone that needs help for something, I do want to help them more, now that I'm kind of getting higher level, right? Though really, maybe when I hit 75 is the best time to help out with that. Because I'm pretty sure that in a lot of the areas where these items drop, like, it's not that I would be in trouble, it's just I would have to sneak around, right? Like, I'd still have to sneak around, and it could be a little awkward, whereas a 75 could just run in and kill things and get it done. Also, maybe at some point I should level Thief up, right? Like, maybe at some point I should take it higher than 37, and actually make it a high-level main job, just because it would make helping people to get, like, rare items for quests and stuff, it would make that a lot smoother. Yeah, there are limits to Treasure Hunter 1, right? There are limits. Alright, so I got resignated. Still have one meat myth kebab on me. I'm gonna use that. It's gonna use it all on my own. But alright, man, today a nice slow day. Just slow day EXPing. I'm not sure how much longer we have because it's getting dangerously close to the dinner time. You know, we started the stream late, and we had lunch here a little later too. I think we still have at least a few minutes, so... Alright, I'm gonna go back to Kuzat's. I'm gonna go back to the quicksand caves. I really like the quicksand caves. I've kind of taken a liking to it for just, you know, for just soloing on my own, right? I find that, I don't know, Antikins are fun to fight. Oh, what is this? I'm under attack immediately. Alright, but yeah, I find the Antikins are just fun to fight. They commonly drop pretty good loot for sale. They drop dark crystals, which are, I mean, that's awesome, right? Like, anything you can fight that drops dark crystals, that's a winner right there. Especially if it also drops good loot on top of that. Every now and then you get lucky with coffer drops, so it's just a bonus 13k. Oh my god! That's like the first time I've seen a goblin kill itself. That's like the first time. Wow. They really don't death by bomb toss. They don't do that very often on this server. It's such a rare thing that it kind of stands out when it does happen. I know I could stealth over to the quicksand caves, but I mean, really, why not just fight them, right? Oh, hey there! Hey there! Yeah, the sheep does not have an AoE, so, see, this is why I don't like the sheep. No AoE! No AoE! Its single target's pretty okay, but it's, yeah, without an AoE attack, it's really hard for it to, like, pull aggro off me spontaneously. Nice! That fills out my stack of Mithril Beast coins. And just wrap that up in some nice gift packaging and get it up on the auction house. Alright, my health is dangerously low, I do see that, but, I mean, the entrance to the quicksand caves, it's just right over here, and I can rest when I'm there. I feel like it would be safer to rest when I'm there, too. Most of these enemies, well, I guess they do hit kind of hard, right? Like, that bomb toss did do 150 to me. Which, something I often wonder about, like, is my defense abnormally low or something, or is it just, like, my pet takes a lot less damage from special attacks than I do. Like, a lot less damage. Like, is my armor just really bad? I mean, I'm wearing my artifact armor, and that's, I mean, that's like, what, mid-50s to level 60? I mean, that shouldn't be so bad. Oh, a fellow sheep master leaving. But it's something that I've kind of wondered for for a long time. Is my armor just really bad, or I don't know? Is it normal that you take kind of massive damage from enemies at a certain point? I guess if I think about the party that I was in, right? Like the party that I was just in before. I mean, the paladin was getting slammed for like half his health sometimes, right? And I mean that's a proper tank, right? So I assume that it's just normal that enemies at a certain point just deal stupid amounts of damage. But in the lower levels that didn't happen so much, right? I feel like in the lower levels enemies they'd hurt, but you wouldn't get like massive chunks of your health taken off with every auto attack. That feels like something that kind of happened like around level 30 plus. That's when enemies started just really hitting hard. But it's one of those things where I never know if I just suck or if that's the game. I wonder what's going on over here. I kind of wish it was easier to like sort of like copy paste text out, but I don't think you can here, right? Like yeah, there's no like you can't like highlight text. You would have to manually type in what is said to like try to translate it or something. In general, I wish you could copy paste the text in this game. Just in general, quality of life thing, right? Alright, just getting that HP up. And I suppose, what else am I gonna do with it? What else am I gonna do? Let's use that last EXP band. Alright, so I got 3 more sheeps left. I'm not sure if I want to just burn through them or if I want to switch back to my carrot broth. The thing is that I oftentimes have to fight multiple enemies in here. So I prefer to have a pet that has a good strong AoE. It makes fighting groups of enemies a lot smoother. I mean, the sheep is tough and all that, but like if I personally get attacked, it's so much harder for it to pull aggro off of me. Alright, well, Wait, what's this now? Wait, what? Most likely tomorrow, server maintenance. TOA? They never announced that, right? Like, they've made no announcements about anything related to that. I'm pretty sure not that. Because they still have, like, 1.2, right? Like, I mean, if they were to do, like, a patch update, it would be 1.2, and that's not gonna be TOA. I'm pretty sure, right? So I think they're just nonsensing, I think. A guy said yes. Well, a guy said it. I mean, I had my doubts, but a guy said it. I just love it. It's I feel like it's in the spirit of this game, right? It's in the spirit of the game that a guy said a thing, so it must be true. I heard from a friend of a guy. Listen, the homeless man outside the McDonald's, alright, he said He said TOA's coming. Oh, also, I was in here earlier. And, or like last night. Yeah, last night I was in here a bit. And I saw an NM pop over in the corner there. It was like a really big Sagittarius type of enemy. I looked it up, and I mean, apparently I could have killed it, but someone else was running around here, so I assumed they maybe were, you know, they were after it, right? But I think it drops the, I think the main drop you'd want from it is the Loxley bow. No idea if that's worth anything or not, but I looked it up, right? A not too difficult NM that drops goodies. I'm always interested in that sort of thing. Can I get in there? Yeah, there we go. Gotta get them coins. There's two more levels of beast coin, right? Like on non like end game enemies. There's gold beast coins and then there's platinum beast coins. I think the ancient ones are like an end game thing. But like when am I gonna fight enemies that drop gold beast coins? I have stolen one gold beast coin once. I think it was when I was fighting Quidovs and Beadieu, like the ones that were actually like around level 60, you know, 66. I think I got a gold coin from one of them. But then when does platinum happen? Is that for like the level 70 plus beastmen? It just sort of feels like mithril coins are I don't know. So like regular beast coins, that's like up to, I want to say that's up to level 20, right? And then you get silver beast coins, and I think that's like from 20 to 30-ish, somewhere around that. And then from 30 plus, it's mithril beast coins all the way up into the 50s, which is it just feels like gold coins should be dropping from enemies of this level, but I guess not. Look, I just want more gil. That's all. Oh no, chill and Horizon. I mean, it's all good. It's all good. Just a nice, relaxing time, getting some XP and loots. I feel like maybe it's not such a chill stream whenever we do like the big missions and stuff. That's never chill. Like there is no chill to doing boss fights in this game. It's just panicking over and over, panicking endlessly, and everything going wrong. But I think here we're firmly in the chill zone, I feel like. Also, hey there. Cybergig. Oh, first time chat bonus. Oh, I'm about to get Arogatude. Also, I never quite know how to pronounce the ga spells. Like, there's arrow, then aeroga, or aroga. You could make a whole new word out of that. A solo black. I feel like solo black mage would just be nothing but stress and pain. That just, like, to me, that just sounds like suffering. Though, to be fair, I would like to play Black Mage some more. I do like mages. I like me a good mage class, right? But this time around, I don't know, I like being a Pokemon master, so I'm just sticking with it till I hit 75. Then things get a little more up in the air. Yeah, I mean, Mage, I mean, Black Mage, I think I think they have it better here, right? Like, I think Black Mage has it a lot better here than on any other version of the game. I find that mages in general are just a little smoother to play here. Minor quality of life improvements, right? Yeah, no, like, I've had moments, right? I've had moments where I start a fight as a Beastmaster, and I have to, for whatever reason, I have to get up for, like, maybe no more than a minute, right? But it's like, I need to get up for a minute and do something. I can just let it go, right? Like, I can just let my pet fight, and as long as I'm not in a place where something else might wander in, it'll be fine, right? Pet can handle it. And I love that. It is a super chill class. Oh, EVE Online. I mean, EVE Online, that's just spreadsheets. That's Microsoft Excel. I did used to play EVE Online very briefly for a while. I like the non-combat elements of the game. It's a fun economy simulator. An economy/logistics simulator. Slash space trucker simulator. It's really good for that. But then I kind of, you know, I learned that there are single player and single player co-op space games that basically more or less simulate the same thing and are a little more fun to play. So I did that instead. Like, I did enjoy some parts of EVE Online, though. I did enjoy some parts of it. It's just, I found that I didn't gel with the community of it. Not quite my thing there. That, and I don't really get anything out of PvP, so basically, like, the majority of the game just didn't appeal to me. That's, that was the issue for me. That, and it is kind of a passive game. I find that if I want to play like a kind of, you know, a space life simulator, I go with something like, I don't know, the X games. I really put a lot of time into X3 Terran Conflict and all of the various versions of that game. X4 is great. Rebirth was interesting, didn't quite like that one. But I find the X games kind of do it for me for just like, I don't know, space life simulator, right? They're single player, but I mean, more or less, I get more out of it. Yeah, the Orca. My favorite way to play the X games, especially X3, is I tend to play them like a pirate, and it's really funny to kind of build an empire from nothing by just like pick a faction that you don't really care about and just pirate their transport ships. Like attack them till the pilot bails out, and then you just get in there. You just get in there and you capture the ship, you make it yours, you manually patch it up, and then you send it off to go do some trading, right? And you just build an empire from stealing vessels. It's really fun. But let me think, other space sims I really like. The funny thing is, there's really not that many good ones that are more comprehensive. I tried Elite Dangerous for a while, and I do actually want to try it again now that they have, like, you can get out of your ship and walk around, right? Like, they have, like, some kind of, like, more RPG, you are actually a character type of stuff. I'm interested in that. But when I played Elite Dangerous, I played it when it first came out for a while. And I don't know, it just wasn't really doing it for me. It didn't feel good. But other than that, I can't really think of that many like space sims that are really complex and comprehensive, whether they're single player or multiplayer. It's honestly a very small genre, I think. Or at least it's a genre that hasn't had a whole lot of newer titles. I can think of older titles. There's quite a few older, like, when I say old, I mean like 90s old space sims. And, you know, they can be fun too, but it sort of feels like a kind of neglected genre. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I haven't found the good ones. Though I find my problem with most space sims is they don't quite give me the full package. They don't do exactly what I want out of that sort of thing. I think a lot of people, especially people who really get into EVE Online, I think they tend to focus on the internet spaceships, or, you know, your digital ships, right? Like, they get really into, I guess, the mechanical parts of it and that, but for me, when I want a space sim, I guess what I really want is kind of more of an overall, like, sci-fi life sim. Like, yeah, I want to have all the cool ships and customize them, and I want all that mechanical complexity of the spaceship itself, right? I want that. But I also want to be able to get out of my ship. Like, I want to be able to dock in stations or land on planets, and I want to be able to get out, stretch my legs, and kind of do some exploring, some kind of social mechanic too, maybe, right? Like some diplomacy. To me, a good space sim is really more of a good, just general simulator that is more science fiction oriented. I feel like I might be alone on that, though. Like, I remember, actually the reason why I played EVE Online for a brief while was that they, so for a time, they made like a physical avatar, right? Like, you weren't just a picture, you weren't just a JPEG in a spaceship, but you had an actual 3D avatar that could get out of the ship, and you had like the captain's quarters, right? And you could walk around the captain's quarters like you were a physical person, right? And that got me interested in the game because I thought that they were taking the game in a bit of a different direction to make it more of a comprehensive RPG experience, right? Like, that's what I thought they were going for, so I started getting into it. And later on, they kind of undid that, didn't they? Like, my understanding is after I stopped playing, they sort of walked that back and decided, no, that's not what we're doing. But I think they decided that because the majority of people that play EVE Online, they don't care about those more personal RPG/exploration elements. They just don't care about that. I mean, the main thing is it, like, here's the thing, right? Like, either commit to taking the game in a different direction, or don't. But the way they sort of, like, you know, it seemed like they were gonna take the game in some new direction, and then they just walked it back and said, no, actually no one's interested in that, no one wants it, and, well, you know, people like me quit, because that's what I was kind of looking forward to. But, like, that was a bit of a weird move. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like more likely is that EVE Online is just gonna shut down in the near future. I mean, from everything I've heard, the numbers aren't really great, and the numbers were, I mean, it's always been a very niche game compared to other MMOs. Like, that niche is very dedicated. The people that like it really like it, but I see more and more people expressing dissatisfaction with the game. And just quitting, right? So I'd be more surprised if it's still around. Yeah, I mean, FF11 is the same way, you know, no proper care for it anymore, but people still stay on retail. I don't get why. I mean, I guess it's because you've invested so much time, right? I mean, me personally, I get more out of the game now on private servers, and that's really because on a private server, it's a community project, right? So like, both the people playing and the people running it really care about it, and to me, that makes the overall experience better. I wouldn't want to play on a shell of a game that's just sort of kept on life support because they want to milk that few extra dollars out of people, right? Like, or few extra yen. I wouldn't really want to play on something like that. You know, there's no care there. Nobody at Square Enix cares. Oh yeah, like didn't like the BDO devs buy CCP? Like isn't it run by like those people now? That's kind of strange to me. Like I would imagine that they have a very different vision of what EVE Online is than the original vision. Like that alone would kind of make me nervous, right? Like if I really cared about the game, that would make me very nervous. Well, the thing is, I mean, I do get it that, you know, I get that they put FF11 on life support, but here's the thing, right? Like, I mean, there are games that old and older that they still have active expansions being put out. I mean, fuck EverQuest, right? Like, EverQuest is still cranking out expansions, like, I think still every year, right? Like, and they're still doing all kinds of things to the game. It's not for me, it's not what I want, but it's, you know, it's active, right? Like, you don't have to put a game on life support. I think the real reason they want to put it on life support, though, is honestly, I think they would much rather people be switching over to Final Fantasy XIV so that they can sunset 11 and then just, you know, just move on, right? Like, I kind of feel like that's more what they would prefer. Neat. I mean, if some good things are coming out of that change for EVE Online, that's good. But, I don't know, I'd still be really nervous that it would take, like, the game would start going in a different direction. But, I guess if it's working, it's working. See, yeah, that's what see, right there, right? That's the thing. Like, that's kind of what I would figure, right? Like, if the people, like, if the BDO people are taking over, my first thought is the game is gonna turn into basically a gacha game, right? Like, it's gonna turn into a very different kind of game, and it's gonna be monetized out the ass. Like, they're probably doing the old bait and switch, right? They're probably slowly monetizing the game more and more, right? Like, they're creeping it in there, but they're doing it more and more, right? That's what I would expect. Like, that's what happens with a lot of games. They maybe start completely unmonetized even, but then things start creeping their way in, and before you know it, you're basically playing like a gacha game, right? It's always slow and subtle how it happens, but it always happens. Ooh, let's see, what's, how quickly, from just January to now. Yeah, so they're really getting on it then. I think for most games they try to like they try to go slow with it so players don't quite notice what's happening, but they get invested in the game and their characters, so they, like, by the time the game is just like a slot machine, by that point in time, most people are too invested and they just figure, why not? I'm in, right? I guess I'll just open my wallet. It's rare that they really just go balls deep immediately. I guess I'm a little jaded on this one because I have played so many games that started off with like, yeah, almost no cash shop, no monetizations or whatever, but then over time it would just become something else. Also, uh-oh, I did not see that my pet passed from this mortal coil. Did not see that. Oh god, I can't use the fight command. Okay, there we go. There we go. I am a little low here. I'm trying to think if these guys have any sort of AoE they might pull out. Do they AoE? I'm not sure. My health is pretty damn low. But the thing is, if I run away and rest, there's a high probability that will just trigger them to go nuts on me. That's kind of how this game works. Like, I've noticed this. If your health is low and you run away and you sit down to heal, even if my pet, like, I tell it to do, like, all of its attacks and it's pumping out damage, the enemy will still try to run at me. Like, it actually makes them more angry if you try to run away and heal. I'm trying to remember what the type of, so like in EVE Online, the biggest ship that I ever had, I had battleships. I did have battleships. I liked using drones a lot, so I think I used like the Galenti battleships. I forget what the good drone one for that would be called. Oh, do you need ZM8? Oh, no. Yeah, only on 5. But I had a big... The only capital ship I had was it was a cargo ship. It was the... I'm trying to think, was it an Orca? The thing is, I struggle to remember what ship is what, because it's been a while. I know the name Orca, and I know that was one of the big ones, but I can't remember if that's the cargo ship I would have had. The Dominix, that sounds familiar. Sounds familiar. That's probably the battleship that I had, yeah. But let me see, the Orca, is that the ship I'm thinking of? Is that the ship I'm thinking? I think it is, actually. Yeah, I had one of those. That's one of the ore ships, right? So that's one of the ore ships, I think. But I also had, it was, God, the blue spaceships. They were Caldari, right? Whatever their freighter was, I had one of those too, for transporting all my refined ore. It's been so long since I played that like all the names and stuff, it all blends together now. Let me see, hold up, I'm really curious now. Let me see if I can find EVE Online, Caldari, freighter. What was that called? The Charon? Was that it? Yeah, the Charon. I had a Charon. I loved that thing. I just, like, I would do lots of mining and stuff and refine it, and then I'd just bulk it all together, load it up on my freighter, and just, take it off to sell. Oh, it was good. I remember a few times people tried to gank it. A few times people tried to gank my Charon, but the thing is, I know most people that would use those, they would maximize for cargo space. I maximized for resistance. Like, I maximized my defensive capabilities with it, so they'd try to gank it and they'd fail. Like, I only played in high sec, so, because I wasn't interested in the PvP part of the game. But, I remember having fun just kind of being a space trucker. It was fun. But it was, it's been years. Like, it has been years and years since I played EVE Online. And again, I never got along with the community, I never liked the PvP, there was a lot I didn't like about the game, so not much reason to stick around with it. Also, thanks. Yeah, I guess for me, like, I probably went with a mix of, like, I probably had a little maneuverability, because I do remember that was important. Like, just being able to kind of align yourself and warp to the next gate, right? Like, that was an important thing. But I mostly built it for its resistances and all of that, and I basically made it as hard to gank as possible, and yeah, it never got ganked successfully. People tried a few times, but they always failed. That said, I had several, like, you know, the mining ships, you can't really do much about that, right? Like the ore ships, right? Like those things, they're gonna get got eventually. I had a few of those get blown up, but, you know, because it would happen, I made sure to ensure them. Yeah, probably something like that. Because I remember if you don't put, like, any, like, if you have no, like, maneuverability on a freighter, I remember that just turning took forever. So I probably would have had at least something to help out with that. But then the rest would have, I think, probably been, you know, structure and resistance and all that. See, you know, talking about EVE Online again, see, this is the part that I liked about the game. The part that I liked about the game was the various spaceships and, you know, how you can kind of customize them to fit a purpose that you want them to do. And just, you know, the more immersive elements of the game. That makes me almost want to get in there again. But the thing is, it's all the other stuff that put me off. And again, I realized that there are other space simulator games that even do more of what I want to do, and they're a little more active to play too. Like, when you actually do get to the combat of EVE Online, it's, I mean, you know, most of what I'm doing here is auto-attacking, but it's even less involved than this most of the time. So, you know, you're not gonna, it's not like a lot of more action-y space sims where you're really in there, right? And I guess if I'm gonna do space combat, I would like something more action-oriented. So that was another reason I didn't gel with it. Sheep. Wrong macro. Sheep is pretty tanky though, I will say that. I really wish that I had fun with Elite Dangerous, I really do. I want to try that game again just because, you know, they release, like, apparently, yeah, you have a physical character, you can get out of your ship, go down to planets. Apparently there's even combat with that, so, I mean, I'm down for that. Hey, be like Dust. Does anybody fucking remember Dust? I liked it. I thought it was kinda fun, kinda. But I think, man, that was just, I'm not really sure what they were thinking with that. Not really sure what they were thinking. Like, I don't think anybody that likes EVE Online, like, most of the people that play EVE Online, they're not really interested in, like, a first-person shooter, you know, a team first-person shooter game on the PlayStation 3. Not much interest there. I liked it. I thought it was fun. Like, I thought it was a fun game. But yeah, I'm not really sure who they made that game for exactly. I remember they were even like at one point there was even talks, and again, this is why I actually played Dust before I played Eve, and it's what got me interested in Eve, because it seemed like they had a really ambitious idea of kind of blending this, you know, sci-fi first-person shooter team game with like Eve Online, and like, oh, Eve Online pilots will do orbital bombardments and stuff, and it'll play into the like the resource management of planets, and they had all kinds of ambitious ideas which would have made for a very immersive space sim overall. And then, you know, they just pulled the plug on all of it, right? So many ambitious ideas that they just sort of cowered it out on. But I don't think Dust was very popular, right? Like, it was a first-person shooter exclusive to the PlayStation 3, which, you know, that sort of dooms it when the PS4 came out, right? If it wasn't already doomed. But it's also that Dust had a lot of what I remember about it was Dust 514, right? But or 541. But either way, it like it had a lot of interesting gameplay mechanics. I'm not a shooter guy. Like, I'm really not a shooter kind of guy. But it had lots of very interesting game mechanics, and also it borrowed some elements of Eve. Like, you had to ensure stuff. Like, if you, well, a great example is, if you got your pilot skill, right, and you could pilot, like, I forget what they were called, but they were just small, like, dropship vessels that had guns on them, too, and other players could ride in them on the battlefield, and, I got certified to pilot those, which took a long-ass time, because it used, like, the EVE Online skill progression, and the thing is, if you, like, a dropship, I remember it cost a ton of money to get a dropship, and if that dropship got blown up, right, if it got blown up in combat, you lose it. You have to buy a new one. So it played by EVE Online rules. So, you know, if you bought an awesome gun and then you get killed, you lose the gun. If you buy a tank or a dropship or whatever, you die, you lose everything. You just lose everything, right? I think that is really not what first-person shooter players on a console, that's really not what they want in their video game. I think that was such a huge misstep. Like, cool ideas, but it doesn't really gel with the crowd. Well, no, like, it was, again, I'm not a first-person shooter kind of guy, but it was like EVE Online in the sense that, you had suits, right? Like, you had, well, it had the same kind of skill progression as EVE Online. You had different suits that you could get into for each of the factions. Each suit would have a different function. You could customize its loadout just like a ship in EVE, you know, like build for maneuverability, build for structure, whatever. Stealth was even a thing. Like being, I remember how I like to roll. I used like a really slick Galenti, it was a Galenti suit that was very slick. You could move good in it, and I built it for maneuverability and stealth. And I used a shotgun with that. So I would just kind of like ninja run up to people and just shotgun them dead in one hit. Which, you know, knowing that they lost everything they had on them was kind of sad, but then also, yeah, like, get certified as a pilot, and then there was, like, the maps weren't just about fighting each other. You had to actually, like, capture resources on the map. It was more involved. Yeah, I think really the game would have, I think honestly, I think it would have done better if it was on PC. Like, if they released it on PC, with just better EVE Online integration immediately, I think it would have gone better. Or just made it like a side game in EVE Online. I think the problem is, like, console shooter gamer players, like, they want to be able to just, you know, pop the game in, load up into a match, shoot each other and have fun, right? The idea of, like the idea of grinding for like days to afford, I don't know, a tank or a dropship, and then it just gets blown up by a guy with a rocket launcher in like the first 5 minutes of a match, and now you've just lost like days of your life. In general, console players don't really want to deal with that, but especially not like, you know, first-person shooter players. They just don't want to deal with that. I think it could have worked better on PC. Oh yeah, Valkyrie. I remember hearing about Valkyrie, but then I just sort of stopped paying attention, so I don't really know what happened with that. I don't know where that went exactly, if it ever went anywhere. But I kind of like the idea that they have all these ambitious side projects that they were working on. Super ambitious. It's just they never really seemed like they wanted to carry through with any of it. That was the problem. Like, you know, Dust was super ambitious, but like the idea, right, that like capital ship pilots in EVE Online could bring their ship up to a planet where a battlefield in Dust is taking place, and that they could provide orbital support and stuff like that, and that the resources from the Dust players, you know, when they capture like a colony or whatever, that then, you know, the EVE Online players could make use of it. That would be a really interesting, like, proper space simulation, right? Like, proper sim game. But then they just walked it back. Same goes for all the, you know, for the captain's quarters, and they'd have really interesting ideas, but then they'd walk it back almost immediately. That was the problem. And I can't help but feel like maybe they walked it back because, you know, it's always been a niche game, and I remember there was always a lot of pushback from the hardcore EVE Online players. Like, I remember hearing a lot of shit from them with the captain's quarters. I remember lots of shit about Dust. Like, they just never really seemed to like anything that wasn't internet spaceships and spreadsheets. Like, that's all they wanted. And I can't help but feel that maybe, like, all of the walking features back was to try to make them happy, right? To try to appease them. I don't know. I don't know. Man, playing EVE on a web browser, I mean, honestly, I feel like, given the nature of the game, that would probably work out just fine. Is there a coffer over here? No. I was really kinda hoping there'd be a coffer somewhere that I could just crack open, but no such luck. Okay. Yeah. Cloud's crazy. But, oh, hey there, Sito. You're kind of in at the tail end of the stream again. Probably gonna end the stream in a few minutes. I'm just getting a little grind in here, a little solo grind. Yeah, 21,000 EXP. I'm getting kind of close to level 68 now. I might grind a little bit more after the stream, or get a party or whatever. I am trying to make the push to 70. Look, everything is just spreadsheets. At the end of the day, it's all spreadsheets. It always was. And then I become a spreadsheet. Oh, not my mining spreadsheet. But yeah, I don't know, if they ever, like... I wonder, has there ever been a... Actually, you know what, I've never even really thought to look into it, but has there ever even been a private server for EVE Online? Like, has there ever been? Or even an attempt? Because I kind of feel like EVE Online is one of those games that might be more fun. Like, I would get into it more if I didn't have to deal with the community at large. Like, if you had just like a tiny server with a tight community that isn't gonna just, you know, be stupid all the time and griefing all the time, like, oh, that might be fun actually. Might have a fun game in there. No one wants to run the risk. The EVE Online Mafia might come for you. Like, I've seen private servers of almost every game, but not that one. I guess so. I don't know, I've kind of, in recent years, I've kind of gone to the idea that I don't know, I generally enjoy, if I'm gonna play like an MMO, I generally enjoy them more on private servers. Or, you know, if it's like a game that just can be multiplayer, like, I don't know, your Minecrafts, your Conan Exiles, you know, games like that people just run servers for. I find I enjoy that type of thing more, and private servers, than just some big, you know, some big mainstream MMO or whatever. I find I like the smaller crowds, the tight-knit communities. It's where it's at for me now. And also, I'm just remembering that I kind of just stopped playing Conan Exiles. I was having fun with it, just sort of stopped. Sheep's almost dead, but I'm kind of just making my sheep fight to the death because I have some spare pets, right? And I'm making good money down here. These Antikins, they got good drops. They got the good drops. So even if I just burn through pet jugs, I'll make the money back and then some. I mean, one stack of pauldrons is around 20k, so that's a whole other stack of sheep. Multiple stacks of sheep, right? Just make your animals fight to the death. This is the way. I remember wormholes in EVE Online. I think I poked my head into a few of them once, and there just wasn't really anything there that I could see, so the thing is, I was always afraid that I'd get stuck there, right? Like, I was always desperately afraid that the wormhole would close on me, and then I would just be stuck in some nowhere place in the game and I'd get lost. So I never went too deep with it. And yeah, Sito, I like my sheep in stacks, alright? I'm stacking these sheep over here. Mad stacks of sheep. I am finding that just for, like, I don't know, just for the casual grind. I don't know, the sheep is pretty okay. He's pretty okay. But I still like to mix it up and use the other pets too. Oh, no coin. Oh, man, now I want some Pringles. It's been a long, it has actually been a long time since I had some Pringles. Used to love them things. The last time I had a chip like Pringles, it was actually the knockoff supermarket brand. They were actually pretty good, way too salty, but good still. Also, I guess, you know, I might as well make my pet rest because, like, my health is low, right? I don't want to go up against 3 of these guys with my health in the orange already. I think we kind of scared everyone away with all of this EVE Online talk. But, I mean, that's what my stream is. It's, you know, let's hang out, let's have fun, talk about... Look, we're all, can we just admit, we are all big, huge nerds here. So, a nerd out about whatever. I also, man, the EVE Online talk is also... Look, I don't think I can ever go back to that, alright? I don't think I can ever go back, but it is kind of making me want to play a space sim again. I haven't played... there's been a couple of expansions to X4 since I last played it, and I would like to get back in that. They finally added the Boron, the peaceful aquatic fish people, right? The pacifist fish people. They finally added that faction back into the game. It's been curiously absent since X3. Man, Borons were just so fun to... It was so fun to jack their ships and make them eject out. Their ships do look kind of cool though. Got an organic look to them. But yeah, I don't know, I have that space sim urge again. Every now and then it takes me. Or I guess a good, I don't know, good Space Empire game, that worked too. That would work alright too. I can't go back. I can never go back. I don't know. The thing is that I like certain elements of the game, but literally everything else just kind of upsets me. Everything else upsets me about the game. So it's better if I don't go back to it. Like, you know what I would rather like is if someone managed to just take all the ship models and stuff and just as a mod just port it into something like X4. I'd be down for that. Like do a total overhaul mod of X4 and just make it EVE Online. It'd play better probably. Like it's not even just the PvP and the weird community. It's just there's a lot of elements to the game that I just don't really like. Like I don't like the combat mode. The combat is it's even slower than this, and I have my limits. Like it's so hands off. I'm just not a fan. And also I don't like how the skill progression works. Like literally you just kind of set skills to go and then you wait for months to pilot the ship you actually want to pilot. I can't get down with it. So yeah, it's very much that I like some of the ideas of the game, and it certainly has very immersive elements, but it's everything else I can't stand, and that's I find that if I'm gonna play a game, generally, I want the split of things I like to things I don't like to be at a minimum at 60%, right? 60% I like, 40% I don't like. That's like a bare minimum. I would prefer it to be higher than that for things I like. I'd say with EVE Online, it's like there's maybe 30% of things I like, and then 70% I hate. Possibly too picky, but it's that I know what I like, and I get what I want more out of games like X4. Like, when it comes to the RPG elements, X4. When it comes to the combat, X4. When it comes to just, I don't know, the lore and story, again, X4. The economic simulation, that's kind of tied. EVE Online is pretty good for that, although I guess it also depends on the players, right? You know, X4 being single player, you never have to worry about that, so I'm gonna give that one to X4 too. So yeah, it's just that other games do the things I like better, so I shouldn't upset myself playing a game I mostly don't like. Also, there really is nothing more satisfying than being a pirate, right? Being a space pirate in X4 is the most satisfying thing. Like, the whole system for, like, boarding and taking ships, I'm not sure. I might like it a little more in X3 just because it's more, you know, it's a little easier to get a handle on, but, like, X3, I did it a lot, and in that game, I loved it how, you have to, you know, assemble your team of Marines, and then you have to decide how you're gonna actually get them on the ship. Like, you have to disable the ship's defenses and all that, right? But then okay, you got your Marines, and you have to, like, how are you gonna get them there? You could put them in a drop ship and try to, like, really awkwardly manually maneuver to kind of, you know, to dock up with the other ship, right, and get them on there. That's one way to do it. I could never do that. It was too hard. Or the other way is, you could load your Marines into missiles, into transport missiles, that you shoot the missile into the ship and it latches on and kind of injects them into the ship, right? Like, that's the way I usually did it. And then you'd have a whole sequence where your Marines, like, they're giving you step-by-step audio feedback of what's happening, and like, yeah, we're breaching, oh no, there's resistance, oh, we're taking down their comms, we're, like, you know, you'd have a whole system of things happening, and, like, man, that was fun. It was super fun. So yeah, when it comes to space sim type of games, I think I have more fun with the single player ones, just because they tend to be a little more actiony, but also they tend to let you just sort of do what you want to do. I think that's the big issue, right? With any sort of simulation, I generally want to be able to just, you know, it might take some work, but I want to be able to do what I want to do with it. Never really felt like that with EVE Online. Like, I never felt like I could just do what I want to do. The other players would see to that one. I mean, you can link, but I can't really look at those good while I'm streaming, that's the thing. Bad setup. I have a really bad setup for it. I know, man, one day I gotta get a proper second monitor, or maybe move my laptop down here so that I can actually look at things on a machine. But my setup is a little too cramped here, and I don't like to pop windows and stuff up while I'm streaming. So yeah, sorry. I can look at them, like, usually when people link me things, I'll look at them later though. I'm the most unprepared streamer. Oh. Yeah, like on the Discord, that works. I can actually, I can actually see that on my phone pretty easy. It's tiny, cause phone, right? But it's mostly just I don't like to pop links or anything up on my PC while I'm streaming. A, cause you never know what it'll be, but also just the thing is, my PC is actually getting a little old, so I like to keep the processes as minimal as possible. Like, I sign out of everything I can when I'm streaming. I'm trying to think, how old is my PC now? I think I've had this PC since about 20, like, with no modifications whatsoever. I think I've had it since about, I want to say 2015 or 16. Somewhere around there. Like either late 2015 or early 2016. It's getting some age on it. Oh, freelancer! Well, no, I mean, I don't even have to look there, because, yeah, like, I know Freelancer. I actually know that game. I only ever got to play the demo of it. I only ever got to play the demo of Freelancer. I really liked it. I thought it was awesome. But I only had the demo, and I could never find it to buy it. You know, this was quite a while ago, right? But like, yeah, I could never find it to buy it. Like, it was never in stores or anything, and there was no other option at the time for me that I knew of. So I only ever got to play it through a demo. It was badass, but yeah, like, I only got a demo. I would actually love to play Freelancer. I'm sure that with a little bit of searching, I'm sure I could acquire a copy, but I think the other problem would just be getting it to run properly on a modern machine. Now, I play a lot of old games, so I'm no stranger to having to perform some digital voodoo to get things to work, but games from that era that aren't, you know, they're not DOS, they're not that old, and, you know, they're not super old, but they're not made for, like, newer Windows systems and all that. Like, games that came out in, I want to call it, like, the voodoo graphics era, when that was kind of coming to a close. They tend to really be difficult to get running on modern hardware. Like, more difficult than older games, even. Yeah, see, that's what I'm not looking forward to. Yeah, you have to really do the voodoo to get games like that working. But you know what I mean when I say there's a certain era of games where they are hard as hell to get running on modern machines, and like even in like a virtual environment they're hard to get running. Often these games, the thing is, these games were often difficult to get running, like even at the time, right? Like, I can think of a lot of games from kind of the very late 90s to the early mid 2000s. I can think of a lot of games that they ran like shit at the time. Like, you were lucky if you could get them running even back then. And then getting them running now is, it's just a nightmare. Oh god, I've heard things about Indiana Jones, but for me, I'm trying to think what some of the harder games to get running for me. I know there's some where I've had to do some file modifying and all that, but I forget which ones. I know that for a long time I had a very hard time with King's Quest VIII Mask of Eternity, which I've actually played multiple times on the stream now. But the main issue with that game, getting it to run was tricky, but I eventually sorted that out. The main problem with that game was actually just that, with that game, there are so many weird technical issues with the game. Like, the game will run just fine, but when you're playing, there's all kinds of weird game-breaking bugs that shouldn't be happening, but they do anyway. There's a ton of those for Mask of Eternity. And the fixes are not anything you can do with the game itself, but rather you have to do strange rituals in the game, right? Like, let me give an example here. So with King's Quest VIII, Mask of Eternity, which, for those that don't know, that's not the normal point-and-click adventure game, King's Quest. It's more of an action... It's like an action-adventure RPG. It's very different than any of the other King's Quest games. But, it's a fairly long game, and it has tons of game-breaking bugs on modern PCs. And the things you have to do, here's a great example. At one point in the game, you get a cutscene when you enter a building, right? Like, you go up to the door and a cutscene happens, and you talk to an NPC, and then things advance, right? Well, there's a game-breaking bug where you'll enter the door and everything, you'll go in, and you'll stand in front of the NPC, but the dialogue won't start. The dialogue just won't start, and it's kind of it's a soft lock, like you can't do anything. Your game's over, right? And it never fixes. But here's how I fixed it. So the fix is, you have to turn around, you have to slowly walk backwards while backflipping you have to hold out your weapon, like you have to ready up for combat, walk backwards, backflip while you're walking backwards into the door to start the cutscene, and then it'll proceed just like normal. That's how you fix it. That's the kind of horseshit you have to do to play Mask of Eternity. Like, there were multiple times in the game where I had to do strange rituals like that in order to unfreeze the game or to make it progress through a cutscene. It was a real fun playthrough. I think it's still archived on my YouTube channel. Like, that was one of my favorite games to do for the stream because we had so many problems. I think I did that almost 10 years ago. That was like one of the first games I ever streamed, actually. So I still had my really shitty mic back then. I'll have to redo it at some point. Like, I'll have to just redo that whole thing at some point, you know, with the good sound. Oh god, my pet can't pull it off of me. Ah, man. My pet can't hold the aggro. Do a lamb chop. Okay, that gets it off of me. See, again, this is why I don't like the sheep for soloing. It has no proper AoE, so it can't pull enemies off of me. I didn't know there were Tomb Raider shenanigans. Okay, admittedly, I've never played a Tomb Raider game. None of them. The wife loves them. She loves Tomb Raider. At least the older ones. But I never played any of them. Oh no, this is the good sound. This is the good sound. But when I first started doing some streams, yeah, it was a very low quality mic, super low quality. Got a lot of background noise with that. What I like about this one is that unless I really have to blow the fans and stuff, it doesn't pick up too much background stuff, and I like that. It gets my clicky clacking of my keys, but I sort of like that. I don't know, I like the sound of clacking keys. I really like that. It does it for me. But yeah, I do feel like maybe at some point I should play, like, maybe the first Tomb Raider. Hey, I figured out how to get the PlayStation and PlayStation 2, how to get it emulating, so yeah, maybe I need to go back and play that sometime. Yeah, I know, Sito. Well, I'm pretty sure that literally at any moment, Dunna's gonna start meowing at me for food. I'm pretty sure. But, you know, I guess, you know, we have a few minutes, right? Exploding Lara. Oh. Huh. Wait, so walk a step forward, a step backwards. turn around 3 times and jump forward and backflip. Huh. Huh. Again, I gotta play a Tomb Raider at some point. But I sort of love it when a game... Like, here's the thing, it's always a bit of a nightmare to have to fiddle around with files and stuff like that to, you know, that kind of voodoo to get a game running. But I find it sort of fun when the things you have to do to make the game, you know, work is things in the game, right? Like, you know, you have to move in strange ways or, yeah, you know, backflip into the camera to make a cutscene not freeze. I love that sort of thing. It feels like you're stepping into uncharted territory. Though also, when it comes to like cheating in games, I remember games used to have all kinds of fun just built-in cheats. Like if you push certain buttons, you know, you'd get like a cheat thing to happen. Games don't really do that very much anymore. Like not really. We've attracted quite a lot of attention here. More attention than I would like. I'm gonna try to kill this one, okay, and go for the other one. I hate the black mages. Man, take that one out of context and crop some words out. But like, yeah, I hate these things. They can put out so much damage, just even indirectly. So I always try to go for them first. Yeah, I guess, you know, games nowadays, they have debug consoles. I mean, you know, true, they have debug consoles, but that, I don't know, that doesn't quite evoke the same feeling of wonder as having to, like, push a bunch of buttons on a D-pad or whatever. It doesn't quite give me the same vibe. Yeah, I know, but like, see, that's the thing. To me, you know, just typing in the cheat, right? Like that doesn't do it for me. I want some esoteric button combo. That's what I want. You know, not just type in Rosebud, right? Also, man, now I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry for dinner right about now. So even if the wife doesn't meow at me, I think I'm ready. I'm gonna work my way over to the exit of the quicksand caves, and then I think I'm good for today. But we're gonna kill our way there. Let's see, how much EXP have I amassed? Nice, I'm almost up to 23k. It's yeah, I could totally just kind of do a little more grind after the stream and get level 68. I could pull it off. that would be a very interesting way to do it. It's like, that just reminds me of any time, like, you know, trying to type with a controller. That's always fun, right? But imagine if it was just mapped to keys. Oh god. Look, we have the technology. We can do it. We can do anything. Alright, I'll go ahead and kill this beetle too. Why not? Kill everything in my path. Also, items. So let's see, I completed my stack of mithril coins. I have almost a full stack of pauldrons, so that's nice. I have a stack and a half of dark crystals, so yeah. Very profitable. Very profitable. Oh god, ChatGPT. You know, something I've thought about ever since I've seen, like, I thought about it before, but ever since I've seen that one Skyrim mod that, like there's a companion with integrated ChatGPT and all that, like, I really do feel like maybe get some form of proprietary AI that you can just have in the game and not have to be on a server, right? But, like, I feel like, I wonder, is the future that, you know, NPCs and stuff, they might have some scripted lines, but just have them, like, something like ChatGPT, right? Where they can more fluidly, in the moment, just interact with you. I wonder if that's the future. I kind of hope. So far, I haven't really seen much good done with all that stuff, but I feel like that would be a pretty good use for video games, right? Like, I would love that, because think about, I don't know, some of the old RPGs that I really like Daggerfall, right? One of the things I really like about Daggerfall is that you can kind of talk to NPCs, just any rando NPC. You know, you can ask them questions, directions, how are things, right? Like, it does its darndest at the time to kind of simulate just a random civilian in that world, right? But it's super limited, of course. I mean, imagine if you could have just proper, like, you know, chatbot technology, a little more refined so it's not just spouting random bullshit, but, like, is actually acknowledging what's said. Honestly, I would love that. Like, that would kind of heighten RPGs for me. And simulation games, too. I don't know. I don't think necessarily we're... I don't think... well, I think AI stuff is gonna happen no matter what, but mostly I just see really not great uses of it so far. But if we're looking at positive uses, I do feel like in video games, not having video games written by AI, that's a bit too far, but like, just for, yeah, like those kind of interactions and stuff where you want players to have a feeling that they're actually interacting with a person when they talk to an NPC for immersion reasons. Like, yeah, I mean, that would be the perfect use of some kind of chatbot, right? Oh no, it's gonna become self-aware. Yeah, it's just like, look, if it's gonna happen anyway, alright? Oh look, it's Weeboo Jones. But, you know, if it's gonna happen anyway, I would at least like for, you know, rather than all the dystopian uses of AI, I mean, just, you know, give us some interesting NPCs in a video game, right? Like, come on. That's what we've always wanted. Can we at least get that before the machines terminate us? Can we at least get some good RPGs first? That's all I want. Oh no, get in the blender. Off to the protein bank with you. But anyway. Anyway. I will say, okay, like other dystopian, non-dystopian use for AI, look, I really love me some AI-generated commercials. I'm really digging those. Burger Blast was great. But I think part of the fun there is that they are so jank, and, you know, it's like people are morphing into burgers, and you know, man's face turns into some horrific abomination of half human, half burger. That's the fun of it, right? I hope that kind of AI never goes away. But anyway, I am so goddamn hungry. Alright, it's like 6:30 here, and I am hungry. I'm sure the wife is too. So, I'm trying to think, oh god, what am I even gonna eat? I think I'll make a pizza. I think I have everything to make a good pizza. So, I have that, or I'm actually kind of in the mood for sandwiches, but like good pasta sauce and cheesy sandwiches, which I know that sounds a little weird, but trust me, it works. Oh, but infomercials are the best. Okay, look, no lie. I actually, as a kid, I used to just like sit up late at night to watch the cool infomercials. I actually found them fun, right? I was that kind of kid. I love this show. It's an infomercial. I also used to like the TV Guide channel. I think that stopped being a thing years and years ago, but you know, like there was just the scrolling TV Guide thing, and it always had some music on it too, and I think some ads and stuff, and I'd just keep it on in the background sometimes, just have it going, and it was, I guess that was sort of like having like, I don't know, like a social media feed going before that era, right? I know. Did I mention my favorite game is Bubsy? Yeah, so something went wrong. Something went horribly wrong. Look, I unironically liked Bubsy, alright? I think the problem is I don't know, I find trash to be fascinating. I have lots of fun with things that no one else does. I can't help it. You're fired directly into the sun. But anyway, my stomach is growling now. I'm getting the belly growls. I need dinner. I need that precious dinner. I think I'm making a pizza. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make a pizza from scratch with the pasta sauce we've got. Oh, I should have gotten some sheep cheese. I love sheep cheese on my pizzas. Damn. Oh, nice. I kind of abandoned my Eden character. I got up to like level 55, I think, on Eden, which before I started playing on Horizon, that was as high level as I had ever gotten. But I kind of abandoned it. The problem is I play during EU hours, and on Eden, that means you are basically playing a single-player game, and I can't really get anything done, so yeah. On Horizon, I don't have that problem. Oh no. Well, I mean, I don't know. Never tried homelessness. But I don't know. I hope the situation improves. But anyway, oh god, I'm just sitting here hungry, but I'm trying to think of a good way to close things out. We didn't really do much, we didn't do much important today. Nothing to summarize, really, right? So but no closing statements, I guess. Just eat the sheep. Delicious lamb chops. Delicious lamb chops. Man, is it bad though that like, even though like I made a nice pasta sauce and everything, and I was gonna make pizza out of that, but is it bad I'm really hungry for like I want some fries and schnitzel or something. I want something fried, right? I want fried food. Fried food and fries. With a yogurt sauce. I like to make a good yogurt sauce with vinegar as my dip for fries and stuff. Like, for fries, nuggets, whatever. I don't have chicken, but I do have a Pangasius catfish fillet. I really love that. I could make a fish schnitzel with that. But we have the pasta sauce. I don't know. Yeah, fried catfish nuggets are awesome, alright? Or like catfish sticks. They're awesome. I can make some good ones. I sort of got put in a fast food mood. Like, man, I'm delaying the inevitable. But I got put in a fast food mood because just with someone at random, I got into it about fast food here, right? I loves me some German fast food. And man, that really put me in the mood for fast food, but like, you know, I can make that kind of thing, right? It's just we have other stuff we should probably be eating first. But at the same time, like, man, some nuggets, some schnitzel, some tuna. I've never actually tried fish on pizza. What is popular here is shrimp on pizza. Shrimp is like shrimp with a kind of more sour, like wine sauce is that's very popular in our specific region of Germany. But which I like those, but I've actually never tried a fish pizza. And fish pizzas are a thing here, but I've never tried it. What? Shrimp's weird? What's weird? I guess the thing is, I'm not being yelled at to make dinner yet, so it's like, I can wait. We can banter a little bit here, close things out. You know, the cool down. We're having the cool down right now. No, shrimp pizza's great. It's just you don't serve it with like the standard pizza sauce. It's still a tomato sauce, but you use like a more wine and vinegar heavy sauce. So it has a much more like, you know, it has that wine and sour taste to it. And for the cheese, you use something like sheep cheese. Like very, very light mozzarella and sheep cheese. It's a very cheese light pizza. It's actually very good though. But yeah, I like a good shrimp pizza. Though I'll take about anything on a pizza, and I love pineapple on pizza. I absolutely love it. Although what I have come to enjoy even more than pineapple on pizza is pineapple on burgers. The summer burger is that style of burger is I've had it a few times here. I've made it myself a few times even. It's really good. Like really good. But you put like, it's like the grilled pineapple and you use like a barbecue sauce on the burger. Comes out really good. I don't know. I love pineapple on pizza. I love pineapple on pizza, on burgers, on hot dogs. Just like kind of very finely dice up some pineapple, put it on a hot dog with a little bit of like sriracha on top. That's a good time right there. Basically, pineapples are the best thing ever. I think that there is very little that pineapple does not go good with. Alright? Very little. Man, I'm doing it. I'm making myself too hungry. Let's get out of here before we just... Look, I go into a food frenzy, alright? Let's end it now, so I can go and make whatever I'm gonna make. But, I hope you all had fun today. I know it was a bit of a light, just a light day. We started late, and then it was kind of a light time. But that's how it goes sometimes. That's how it goes. I hope the hangout was fun, at least. Always fun for me. But, I guess for the game plan, tomorrow and the day after, assuming that we don't spontaneously get invited to go somewhere or something comes up, so for the weekend, it's gonna be back to the XCOM files, alright? Back to that, the never-ending game. And then the Final Fantasy, or maybe some City of Heroes, maybe check out Turtle WoW again. The old MMO stuff, that'll continue starting on Monday again, alright? But till then, it's XCOM time. Our weekly dose of XCOM. So if you're down for that, I welcome you to show up. Otherwise, if you're only interested in the Final Fantasy stuff, then see you on Monday. I guess see you on Monday then. Alright, with all that, let's get the hell out of here. I am hungry. Alright, I am hungry and I demand sustenance. The noodles that I ate earlier, they're not doing it. I need more. Alright, so till next time, whenever that is, I will see you all later. Have a good one.